Hello, and welcome everyone to Blue Span's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Milan, hello Kobus, hello Hoki. How you guys doing? Glad to hear that, Lulu. I'll be here for the next 5-6 hours. Hi, Ryan. I have my finals going on accounts tomorrow. Finals on what? Let's read this patch notes again. You always forget patch notes. You gotta read it at least 3 times. Hi, BJ. Target attack speed. Increase/reduction change from 70 to 80. Oh, this item is really powerful. How much does Moonshard give you? It's like 120 for Moonshard, isn't it? Moon. 140, right. 200 bonus night vision. Oh, you actually get 400 bonus night vision. If you have it in your inventory. You know what would be interesting to know? Whether heroes like Night Stalker or Slaughter or a Spirit Breaker. I wonder if they can see even further. Hi, Nathaniel.
I'm the beast of bedtime. I stalk my next meal. Sweet twilight.
So this is Night Stalker's vision range. So if we buy a Moon Shard, oh my god, he can see so far. Wow, that is. Look how far he can see, man. Oh my god, that is ridiculously far. I wonder if Moonshards stack. I don't think they stack. Let's buy another one. Okay, they don't stack, but I wonder if we have a Moonshard and we eat it. I wonder if it. I wonder if it's stack. They don't. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, now we learned.
And the hunt begins.
Morning, Nicholas. I guess Arc Warden should be a decent bit stronger now. Retaliate damage. Right, they changed the formula for retaliate. I was trying to figure it out the other day. I couldn't quite figure it. My MMR is 5.7k. Return damage 60. Attack damage per attack. X. So by that logic, if you have 13 stacks, it would increase your damage by 15 times 13. That's what? 195? So that would actually triple your right click damage. Wow, that's a lot of damage. So each time Centaur gets attacked by hero or tower, he gains a charge counter. I thought they got rid of that. I thought like Retaliate doesn't get charge counters from towers. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. It says it right there, but that's not true. Unless I don't understand this. But let's test it. I don't think you get charges. Oh, you do? What the fuck? Oh, that's amazing. Hello, Pharaoh. We are playing unranked now. Oh my god, that's insane. That is very, very interesting.
Steel and strength.
Yeah, I thought they changed that in a patch, but I guess I didn't really understand it. Plus 70 retaliate damage. So... Alright, so retaliate's not quite as strong in terms of like the blade mill aspect of it as before. But Centaur sure does right click for a lot nowadays. Base damage increase. Okay. So the level 20 talent, you can pretty much double the blade mill aspect of retaliate. Or you can get 20 strength. Pretty sure the strength is still better. Strength, because like the strength, it amplifies your double edge damage.
Wow.
Indeed. Yeah, it's strength damage 120%. Plus 30 base damage. Plus 50% double damage. So, yeah, I guess if you get the double edge talent, it goes from 121 to 170. And then you pair it with the strength at level 20. So by that logic, that 20 strength would become something like 30, almost 35 more damage for double edge. Guess it's not that significant. Yeah, let's read some comments. Hello, Pharaoh. Hello, C-Town. My day's going alright. How's yours? Baku Liu? I hope so too, man. Say hello to Canada, please. Hi, ready. Fine fever. I actually, to be honest, I don't really understand Chen. Hi, Q. Hi, Wenner. Good day to you as well. Did I receive any notifications? I think I set it up to receive a notification of Raj. But sometimes it's a little buggy. I can just check my email. Usually it's just in my email. Let's have a look. Ah, here you are. The Raj Chowdhury has become a patron. Thank you so much. Let me play some heroes for you, man. Yeah, it's supposed to, I think it's supposed to be like, it's supposed to show up on stream. I think I've seen it a couple times, but I haven't seen it recently. Don't really know why. Technology is kind of mysterious sometimes, guys, honestly. Who University R&D department? Wait. What is this a reply to? Thank you for waiting, Daniel. Can you shackle creep to stun Jug's Blade Fury? Can you shackle creep to stun Jug's Blade Fury? No? Hey, Raffley, thanks for being my viewer. Good morning. Yeah, I got it, Raj. Thanks, man. Hello, Ray. Low priority because of your girlfriend? Oh, so she probably got upset and then you had to tend to her, huh? English only, please. You see how everyone is speaking English, man? Have I tried turning it off and on again? No, I've never done that. Good luck in your studies, Vineet. No, I really appreciate that, Taraj. Honestly, I do. It means a lot. No, no, it means a lot to me. Hi, Reinhardt. This queue is taking quite the while, huh? Oh yeah. Oh, so reading these patch notes, I find myself I still don't understand Chen. So let's have a read of Chen's description.
My claws on that.
Define favorite? I think it like increases attack speed and heals or something like that, right? Provides increased health regeneration, amplifies all health restored by a percentage, and boosts damage. Oh, it doesn't give attack speed. Increases attack damage. Okay. So level 1. So it says heal increased by 25%, and it says regen per sec by, let's say, 7 at 1, right? So does the heal increase also amplify the regen per second? Let's find out. Hello, Mun. Hello, Alexander. Hello, Anna. Would I stream other games? Yeah, probably.
Fortune and glory await.
Okay, so right now we have 2.5 health regen per second, right? And in theory, this is supposed to give us 7 health regen, right? So it should be something like 9.5 plus 25%. Oh, so I went from 2.5 to 11.9.
So I go.
So 9.5, 9.5.
Strength from on high.
Forgot the formula that I had in my head. (2.5 to 11.9). So if you add 9.5, oh yeah, you add 9.5 and you multiply it by 1.25. Yeah, actually, it would give you exactly 11.9. So not only does the regen per second get amplified by the heal increase, yeah, interesting stuff.
Obelisk infuses me.
Penitence forces an enemy unit to move slower and for allies to attack it more quickly. Okay, so it's like the old Atos, kind of. So this is kind of like Visage's Grave Chill, kind of. Yeah, it's, you know what? It's actually a lot like Visage's Grave Chill, except for the movement speed aspect, because it slows the enemy, it allows you to attack faster, but it doesn't let you move more quickly. So it's just like an allied AOE attack speed. It's like an AOE Grave Chill. It's like an AOE Grave Chill without the movement speed bonus. I think that's the best way to look at it. All right, I think we got Chen now, guys. What are his talents? 35% XP gain. That's a lot. 200 attack range. Actually, what's cast range for these spells? That's, oh man, that's a pretty big cast range. Penis. With divine favor.
In your name.
20 regen per second. 25. Okay, we finally have a game.
May it please you.
Is Chen a boring hero? Probably. Hello everyone. Hello guys.
Leap of faith.
Penis in my name.
As you say.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure why you're referring to my name. Did you want penis to be in your name?
Infused with the spirit.
Except the fucking game.
One God.
I would like to do some calculations, guys. So, level 4 Divine Favor is 25 health regen per second times 14. That's like 250. That's like 350 heal. You also get damage, but you also have to multiply it by 25%. So it would be 350 times 1.25, which is something like 437 plus the base regen. Let's cool down the shit. 20 seconds. It's a pretty long cooldown. Chen doesn't rotate now, only gives Divine Favor to his carry. Very good spell. He doesn't rotate? He doesn't rotate? Easy, I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, let me read some more comments. Yeah, anyways, Chen's kind of boring. Ready, I'm good, how are you? Where's my best set, my PA set? Any test for climbing? Yeah, watch your replays. Hi, Herman. This is 100% absolutely true. Alexander Coleman, you're the guy from the UK yesterday, right? Sorry, there's a lot of Alexes in the stream. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure your name sounds English as fuck. Hi, Bully. Hello, Leon. That's what he said and made it pleasing. It's temperature right now in my place. Well, let's have a look. Weather right now. Well, there you go. 9C with a high of 13 today. Nice and moderate, just the way I like it. No more Fountain Hook? I don't understand your question. Hello, Lerman. Denny Tria, thanks for subscribing. Hello, Adirja from Jakarta. Hi, Francis. Right. There you go. Coleman. I think it's probably easier if I just remember Coleman, because too many Alexes. Way too many Alexes. Such a common name. Men like gank out their lanes from neutrals. He sit with his carry and safe lane this meta. Is that right? Are you sure it's not just situational, just like everything else in Dota 2? How'd they go up from Archon bracket? AJ, have you ever looked at the win rates in Dota Buff? Because you can check out the win rates in Dota Buff. That's cold for you? 9C is cold? Man, you would die in Canada. The old Chen E let you Fountain Hook? Oh, is that right? Don't play Chen. Right. Hello, Danish. What are you saving up your Dota Plus shards for? I have no idea. Anything good? I play Centaur, but this looks stupid as fuck. Already have this one. Anti-mage set is better. This Timber set's kind of cool. Already have this one. Okay, I hope this is real game. Your son loves watching my streams. He started his own channel. Well, good luck to him. Oh, Nicholas Hunter. I wasn't sure. Your profile picture looks so young, and I'm like, is Nicholas Hunter a baby? Or sorry, not a baby. Is Nicholas Hunter like 12 years old? Because I think you donated money to me from to me before. I'm like, wait a minute, a 12-year-old donated money to me?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Tanish, I have way too many sets to show, man. Like, the list is fucking huge. Man, I'm not just gonna go through every set, you know?
Okay, your pick now.
In
You know
Indonesia
what to
is always
do.
so hot up to 20C. Up to 20C is hot? And below that is so hot? Fat cock.
10 seconds.
5C and you're fucking dying, Lerman? You know, Hokkaido's pretty cold.
Remember, the goal is to have
I used to live in
fun.
Chitose, man, and that shit's cold.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
That is pretty cold.
Your pick. This is where you win.
Oh man, I have to
or
play
lose.
support. I think I would like to play 4. Oh, 35 is way too damn hot. And yes, we're playing unranked to warm up.
10 seconds.
5
5 seconds left.
Play some Crystal Maiden. You're down in Hokkaido? You were in Sapporo, though, weren't you? I think Sapporo has like one of the highest standards of living in the country, doesn't it? Although the snow gets pretty damn high in the winter. I know, I saw it myself. Yeah, you guys get a lot of snow.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
I also prefer cold over hot weather. Alright, let me read these comments. Hey, Anna, yeah, you should check Dota Buff. You like the Centaur set? Well, your tastes in Centaur sets suck dick. What is Easy talking about? Right. How do I afford 12-hour stream? With money? Donations? Right, okay. Yeah, I was curious, Nicholas. Yes. You were just hacked? That sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. Yui is how you say my name in Vietnamese. You used to love snow? You know, Lerman, I understand that. One Ranger probably needs another tango. Okay, let's go.
Here I come.
So Lerman, you're from Indonesia, which I believe never ever gets snow, right? Now, I'm pretty sure
It's in the
if you are from a country that never ever gets snow, you guys fantasize about that shit. You're like, oh, I want a white snowy Christmas, you know? I want to build snowmen, and I want to have snowball fights. I want to go skiing and snowboarding, that kind of stuff, right? And yeah, you know, it's cool stuff. But it can get a little annoying, especially when you go to work and you gotta drive a fucking car in the snow. Or you're stuck in traffic, or people are hitting each other with their cars. And the snow gets dirty, man. Like, when it freshly falls, it's very beautiful. But then it gets dirty really quick. And it's cold, and it's wet. Sometimes it gets in your shoes and your socks. Oh my god, that is terrible.
Could be worse.
Oh.
Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
Oh, two people disconnect. Hi, Neo. You have 1,200 games of Crystal Main? Jesus. Not very often.
Thanks.
Hi, Yojin. Day's going alright, how's yours? Yo, Kanjing. One ho.
My thanks will come later, when you least expect it.
Don't like it that much. That's why I haven't bought it. Thanks, Ferdy. Favorite hero Juggernaut? Mars Smile's getting really creepy now. It is a little creepy, isn't it? Yeah, I understand that. Basically a Southeast Asian thing. Hey, dude. Try to double stream Blue and Twitch. No, that's against the rules of
I'm all
Twitch.
for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Down.
No, I have a Twitch
Go.
partnership, and we're not allowed to do that.
To battle.
There's an Ursa here.
30 seconds to
Freeze
battle!
fast.
If you're not already heading somewhere, now's the time to start.
You're in deep now.
I saw Ursa and I saw somebody else. It might have been Shadow Shin.
Agreed.
Bunch of Kiro.
Yes. It's all fun and games until someone's frozen solid.
Yee-hoo! Oh my god, he got fucking Ursa first.
Nice, good.
Forward.
I'm gonna go back.
Swiftly.
This is why you
worries.
build Fairy Fire,
For sure.
guys. Are we just one-upping each other now? I have 1200 CM games. I have 1400.
Indeed. On. I'll not argue.
Oh, what a fucking bound.
Let's go.
Bum 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 bum
I move.
bum 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 bum.
Yes.
Give me more.
I have 1500 games pushed to me.
Faster.
What is that damage? Oh my god.
Attack. My eye spikes deep.
Hi, Alexander. You see, Coleman? You see how many Alexes there are in the stream? You have 1 billion CM games? Holy
Indeed.
fuck. That is way too badass, man. Your dick must be huge.
I move.
I mean, it's Crystal Maiden, am I right?
Die.
First blood!
First blood.
Forward.
Better yours than mine.
To battle. Ice, take you. The ice wolves bite.
Fuck you.
Drop it.
It's mine. That's my 14 gold.
Agreed. Here I come. I thought as much. Let's go.
This is ours.
Swiftly. I'll not argue. Into the breach. Swift as the wolves of Iceland. Indeed. Let's go.
You know my clarity, man? It's basically just over already. Okay, but
Agreed.
Good one, man. Good one.
I move.
Call me courier top. Put something on it if you need it. It's doctor.
Swiftly. Here I come.
Easy.
I'll not argue. Down.
Nice.
The tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad double kill.
Kira's gonna try to kill me.
Good shit.
Yes.
Dab.
We're getting kind of trash top. Sorry, boy.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
On.
Oh god damn it! Oh buddy, you got him! Nice.
I thought as much. Agreed.
I'm here.
On. This'll come in handy. I'll not argue.
You're dead.
Oh shit, Clex is here. Yeah.
Into the breach.
No. No, daddy, no.
It just keeps getting better. Swiftly. I thought as much. I move. Here I come.
Oh yeah, great spear.
Let's go.
Dude, this guy's one hit.
Forward. Indeed.
You fucking little bitch.
Swift as the rolls of ice.
You're gonna pay for that! Thanks, man.
Almost like half of you.
Wanna shrine?
Yeah, sure.
To battle.
How did he know that I put word there? Unless he has a word here.
Faster. Out of mana. Indeed. Agreed.
Oh, I want the experience for that.
Radiant fortified destructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Into the breach.
Stream was late today. A wizard never arrives late. A wizard arrives at precisely the time that the wizard wants to arrive.
Let's go.
Killing spree.
Oh, shit, man.
Double kill. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Swiftly.
I'm dead. Ursa's too powerful, dude. No ultimate on Ursa.
You only live hours.
Get up. Get out there.
Yo, wizard.
Yes. My temperature's dropping. I'll not argue. I thought as much.
Killing spree.
Down. I'll freeze you fast. I move. Forward. Here I come. Faster.
I thought I saw that one like shoot a flaming arrow. Huh.
Indeed.
Hi, Pamela.
Dead.
To battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Here I come. I'll not argue.
Wind Ranger's down here again. Oh, both the mids are just like doing whatever, huh?
Killing spree.
Into the breach.
Killing spree.
I move. Let's go. Every coin helps. Yes. Swiftly.
That's a scary looking Ursa.
Agreed.
Oh my god, there's a Clinks here. Chase me, bro.
Dominate.
Into the breach. On.
I'm not carrying TP often enough.
Attack.
Oh, Clinks is here.
To battle. Yes. I'll not argue.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Rally the troops and get over there.
I move.
Your
I
top
think
tower
he wants to
is
take this tower. I think Shaman wants to put ward spot him.
I thought as much.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. What, not your job or something?
Faster.
Your bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Jesus.
Here I come.
No!
You ain't taking this seriously. Dire structures are fortified.
Dude, you only hit it once.
Tower's under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Indeed.
Look, the enemy's attacking
Epic,
your middle
epic,
tower.
epic death indeed.
Do that.
Forward.
I'm coming, Wind Ranger.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
The icicles fight.
Killing spree. Mega kill. Fight fire with fire. I'll burn your body to ashes.
Once burned, ice shot.
It ain't over till the last building.
I don't think the Switch Doctor's building
So
Urn. Huh?
fight.
Yeah, I should build an Urn. Thanks for the sentiment, Alexander. I wish you were rich.
Swiftly. Ah. Let's go.
Oops, ignore that.
Here I come. Into the breach.
I'm open only.
I move. My ice bites deep. Indeed. Yes.
Double kill.
That's good.
I'm coming for the Sursa.
Agreed.
A loss so small, the world will hardly notice.
I thought as much.
Oh, 2 HP. Oh no. Oh god. Oh. Man, just too many deaths, you know.
I'll not argue.
Wait, did I just see? Oh. Wait, is he still in there? I can't tell. Ursa's in Roshan! Ursa's in Roshan!
Here I come.
Go sing. Sing your song.
To battle.
He uses ult too. He's so screwed. Sing your fucking song!
I thought as much. That goose
Sucker.
Oz.
Sucker. Hey, maybe we can.
It's not that low.
I don't know.
I don't do that much damage.
Okay, they take mid then.
Agreed.
Okay, go with him. Go with him.
Okay. How about you go with him?
Forward.
You want Crystal Maiden right click Roshan?
Killing spree.
Okay. Maybe I should have gone with him.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. Goodbye.
Frostbite
sweet
what?
Tower. You won't be missed. Your middle tower's under attack. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Indeed.
Your top tower needs help. Your top tower has fallen.
Down.
Dominate. Favorite tower.
Not yet. Faster.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Mega kill. Double kill.
Out of your depth. I'll not argue.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Swiftly.
I like these troublemakers.
Here I come. Let's go. Faster. To battle.
Put the fucking ward down, you stupid bitch.
Indeed. On.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh my god, my
Tower
towers.
structures are fortified.
Into the breach. I thought as much.
Oh my god.
I move. I won't give them the
Oh, I got the deny! With my 78 damage right click.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, title?
Swiftly.
I know, right? Ice. Okay, we're not even gonna bother saying your name because you're so obnoxious, man.
I move.
That is definitely attention-seeking kind of behavior.
Swiftly.
Unstoppable!
Agreed. Let's go.
What the? Oh.
Faster. On.
I really hope I don't die going up
I
this hill.
thought as much. This'll come in handy.
I'm running to you, buddy.
Forward.
There's not much fight in you.
To battle.
You can. Hey, you can spear him there.
I'll not argue.
I think he wants to kill me.
I honestly didn't know if it was gonna pin or if it was gonna knock him up high ground. My bad.
You know what? To be quite honest with you, I'm not sure either, but I have a theory.
Yes.
Oh no, no tiny. Oh my god, dude. 250 health? I like the cast range. I think Lisa, if you Google subtitles, you can probably find some subtitles to read on Google.
I didn't see that. Forward. Here I come. Let's go. Fangs of ice.
The blue circle thing you see is an eye tracker. Wherever my eyes goes, that the blue circle goes.
I move. I'll not argue.
Tiny TP'd bottom.
The breach.
Killing spree!
No surprise there.
Swiftly.
Double kill! Dominate! Double kill! Towers under attack! Oh, there's gonna be something important. Dire structures are fortified.
Fucking neutral!
You even watching your top tower? Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
Hello, man. We're wet.
Top tower is under attack!
Oh yeah.
Something about it, or
Yeah,
just sit
sad
there
man.
looking funny?
I had like half a second to use my urn there, and then I didn't.
Agreed. Here's ice in your eye.
Let me grab that illusion.
This guy bought Soul Ring even with my aura.
Ice, take you. My ice bites deep. On. I move. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Here I come.
Yo, Clinks is gonna be here.
Invisibility. I'll not argue.
Gotcha.
Cold in here.
I think we won this game.
Let's go. To battle. On.
Oh, Clinks is up there. Thought he'd be near me.
Swiftly.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Double kill.
Tiny, no. No, Tiny, no.
I got as much.
I have 4 urn charges.
Into the breach.
I can keep healing you.
Forward. I'll not argue. Here's ice in your eye.
Oh. Oh, we gotta get out of here, friends. We gotta get out of here.
Let's go. I'm burning up.
Motherfucker.
Every coin helps.
Thank you, Carlitos. PEN 2.0. What currency is that? Peruvian currency? Oh,
It just keeps getting
cool.
better.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Into the breach. It's not time yet.
Top tower needs some help.
Oh, come on.
Swiftly.
Oh, this guy's up here.
That went swiftly.
What's my next item, guys? Muhammad, this is my World of Warcraft playlist. It's in the description of stream.
Once burned, eyes shot.
Maybe we'll just get Spirit Vessel.
Here I come.
Yeah, Ghost Scepter's pretty good. But I'm not sure that I want
I
it.
thought as much.
Shadowblade definitely good for heralds.
Forward. Faster. Faster. Fangs of ice.
God damn it, which doctor is mine?
I move. Agreed. To battle.
Glimmer trumps. Well, let's see how much invisibility we have on this team. No Shadow Blade, no Shadow Blade. He has
Chill,
Glimmer.
let me get my heart
no
first.
Shadow Blade.
Swiftly.
Yeah, Glimmer's not bad. I kind of like the movement speed and extra HP from Spirit Vessel though.
Forward.
And I'm kind of the thing is I'm kind of slot starved, you know, like do I drop my dust? Do I drop my sentry ward? Know what I mean?
I thought as much.
You on disc?
Let's go.
Nah, I've decided I'm buying this. Oh fuck yeah, I want that 15
Into the breach.
level 15. This guy's got his 15 already. And I believe I get the 150 GPM.
To battle.
Dire structures are fortified.
Indeed. Yes. Ah. Under attack. I'll not argue. No, going anywhere.
Die, motherfuckers! Oh shit, the Glimmer Cape.
Double kill.
My win list is on my courier? Oh, okay. I don't need it that much anyways. I only need it when I have enough for a Spirit Vessel. Oh, good.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Yeah, they killed. They three of them died for me. Pretty good.
I can't die now.
Witch Doctor's good? He's just. Oh, I mean, if that's your definition of good, that's okay.
Hey, welcome back.
Someone get the Aegis that they shouldn't. Oh, what the fuck? The Mars got the Aegis? Jesus.
Indeed. I move.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Forward.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Oh man, we both put sentry there.
Into the breach. Down you go.
Dominate. Killing spree. Dominate.
My temperature's dropping. Yes. Cool.
Mega kill. Triple kill. Mega kill.
Man, we fucking wiped the floor with these guys. Da 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 da. Oh, I can heal this guy.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks, I just assume he's memory. Enemy bottom tower's gone. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Good game, boys.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. How many of those things are there?
Swift.
What are you doing?
Agreed.
No!
The ice will
End the game. I have Crystal Maiden in the game. You played BH in my honor? Oh yeah, how'd you do that?
Victory is ours.
Oh, nice and relaxing Crystal Maiden game. GG guys, hope you guys enjoyed the game. Damn, this fat cock is big. European dude, let me think about it. Okay, man. I'll think about it. Friends list is full, honestly. Like it's so full. It's packed, man. Okay, I think we can play some ranked teams. Let's do some ranked teams. Rank 1561. Ugh. This is my MMR. $6K more net worth and I barely did 300 more damage. Fuck me, I'm so bad. What are you talking about? Damage. 300. Wait, what? I have no idea what this guy's talking about. I'm Asian. Immortal is 576, by the way, so I'm pretty much exactly at where Immortal should be. Am I from Japan? No. Are you from Nigeria, by any chance? Maybe you just suck, bro. Okay. Alright, where are we? Oh yeah, you guys want to bet, huh? Okay, let me turn it on in a sec. When the games start playing today? Anywhere between 6 to 15. Who would I want to date with? Crystal Maiden's pretty hot. Or cool. Not exploring this patch, I don't have an opinion on that. Bottom meat's fucking delicious. I got the highest building damage. I guess so.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds left.
Well, we need to let pink, light blue, and brown play with the heroes that they want. I forgot to ban Meeple. Fuck.
The goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh yeah, betting. You guys want to bet?
Pressure or nothing.
Okay, I give you guys 7 minutes to bet. Okay, go. This guy plays support? I guess. Oh, I remember this guy. He played Rubik the other day and he flamed me.
What?
I remember.
Huh? 10 seconds.
This
5 seconds left. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
What position about it? 3.
10 seconds.
Okay. So we have a 4 o'clock, a 3 Abaddon, a 5 Lion.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
I think that's core. Alright, I play Razor.
Your pick
It's probably
now.
core Omni Knight, so I counter his Omni Knight with Razor. Oh, we have Dusha. Okay. Yeah, Razor can hit Tombstone.
Wow.
Razor's fast, so he can deal with Leshrac decently. Razor's tanky. Razor counters Omni Knight, so. Okay. We'll go like this. Santosh, glad you like the set. This is North American region. Greg, Matt Toll, thanks for subscribing.
The lightning remnant lives. Attack! It's in the bag!
Because this one, my friends, is in a
Lion. Just fucking AFK.
Oh,
Agreed. Very well.
So in a fight,
Of course.
This guy's so fast, dude. How do you get here so fast? He got here. He
As
smoked.
lightning. The time has come. I go.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that.
As you wish.
Where's Omni Knight should be here, right? He
My
should be here.
current flows.
This Leshrac runs faster than I do. Just saying.
Onward. This will come as a shock.
The battle's starting. Just remember, you got a job to do.
I enter the fray. Forward. Path
Oh, I
of
could have hit him.
resistance.
Fuck.
Conduct me where you will. As you wish. Ride the lightning. My lightning strikes. Quick as lightning. Very well. I go. Of course. A bolt from the blue. Direct current.
What the fuck's wrong with this guy?
Conduct yourself accordingly. Agreed. Conduct me where you will. Onward. Lightning, give me strength. I go. Mine! Claim it! Forward! Path of least resistance.
I really fucking missed that just now?
I bring the razor light. The time has come. Whip you into shape. I go. I go.
Ooh, ooh.
My current flows. Very well. Agreed.
Nay. Your middle tower is under attack.
Quick as lightning. Feel my power. Of course. Onward. Path of least resistance.
Wonder if you got it.
Conduct me where you will. Denied. As you wish. Your power flows to me. Of course. My rage incandesces.
Or the all-knowing
I
one.
discharge your soul. Quick as lightning.
Invisibility.
Onward.
Wait, 1 second, Prayer. Just 1 second.
My current flows. Conduct yourself accordingly. Forward.
Hey, Dusa, I'd like to shrine with you.
Static.
Jackpot.
Very well. My house. Conduct me where you will. Who purged the elements
Nice shot.
out?
Oh fuck, the edict got me. Wah wah. Guess they don't need courier then.
My enemies will suffer. I go. I like to keep current. I go. Shocking. Path of least resistance. As you wish. Agreed.
Okay, clockwork.
Path of least resistance. I sense a connection between us. The time has come. I bring the razor light.
Double kill.
Nice job.
A pitiful display of lightning.
Someone take mid, please.
Conduct me where you will.
Someone take mid. Queen of Kings coming to me.
Know how to do that.
Take mid, someone.
Agreed. Force, conduct yourself accordingly. Ah, onward. Of course. Zapped. My current flows.
Man, I need these items on fucking quick buy. not buying my items like efficiently enough.
As you wish.
Guy's putting up a barricade. Radiant called in the fortification.
I'm under. Conduct yourself accordingly. Very
What the
well.
fuck?
I go.
You have a plan? Is there Leshrac here? Where's Leshrac? How you gonna kill me, dude? Huh?
I go.
No part.
Of course. Very well. Onward.
Jesus Christ, these guys are annoying.
A bolt from the blue. The
Gonna
time has come. Agreed. Forward. My current flows. As you wish. Electric storm.
Nice job.
Of
Where'd my tango go? Didn't I just have tango in my inventory?
quick as
That
lightning.
is odd.
I don't know.
Cheap at the price. Conduct me where you will. I'll give you static.
Forget the rules, forget the bounty.
I go. As you wish. Your power flows to me.
One is bottom.
Your ashes
No Omni.
fall like rain. Forward.
I think I'm faster than this Leshrac.
My energy grows. Of course.
Get out of the way, Clockwork, Jesus.
My current flows. Agreed. I gather for the charge. Conduct me where you will.
Yes, he should.
Onward. I go. Very well. Path of least resistance. My current flows. Feel my power.
Radiant's courier is dead. I wonder what idiot got it killed.
As you wish.
Wait, a courier?
I go.
Omni's feeding? Really?
Conduct me where you will.
I think he's really angry. I counterpicked him, dude.
Of course.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Very well.
This is great. This is great.
Forward.
Hey, Vinit. So you have to understand that Lulu is already kind of a nickname.
Of least
That is based off of her original name, so you're giving her a nickname based off of her nickname. Which is okay.
as like me is a great conductor.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I go. The tide has
The fuck? Why'd he buy that?
very well. My rage incandesces. My power surges. Whip you into shape.
I think that's a rage quit. That's a rage quit.
As you wish.
That's a rage quit. That's a rage quit. This guy doesn't even give a shit about me, huh?
There it goes.
What a ballsy man. I run at him like that. He's just like...
Forward.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh yeah, easy game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Visibility. Conduct me where you will.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault
Will
line.
come as a shock. Onward.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Path of least resistance.
Nah, I can't really do much here.
Expected.
It's going hella deep. I don't like it that deep.
Agreed.
Wait, this Clockwork's still alive.
The time has come.
Enemy's middle tower has been unstoppable.
Oh, fuck me.
Sound of mind and body.
Can Immortals fight 4 versus 5? I think it depends on who quits. And also the state of the game. Hey Gabriel, we should play some Dota 2 sometime. They lost their offlaner, which is a pretty huge loss. And they don't scale as well as we do, so they've pretty much lost us unless we throw really hard.
Ah, these familiar pillars. I go. Haste. Direct current.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Onward.
It's kind of obvious if I just run over there, you know?
My lightning strikes. I sense a connection between us.
Why?
Your middle tower is under attack.
This fucking cunt, dude.
Incoming.
Man, I think if we waited 2 more seconds and I had Eye of the Storm, they would all be dead. You just have to wait a little bit. I don't know, this line is pressuring me and I wanted to go in, but I don't know. Wasn't the right call.
Hey, the enemy's top tower is gone.
I'm not gonna buy HUD, I'd rather buy BKB. I'm not gonna buy HUD and BKB. Where am I?
The enemy's top barracks is fallen. A lot better ventilation now. Ask any creep. Those barracks are stuffed.
Bolt from the blue. As you wish. With you.
Killing spree! Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barrack.
Path of least resistance. Of course. Agreed. This will only hurt.
And Luna?
My current flows.
Do it with flair.
The time has come. Shocking. Direct current.
Killing spree! Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Ride the lightning. My lightning strikes.
And it's up. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Very well.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I bring the razor light.
What for, dude?
Feel my power.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Is that the building being silenced? You could put it that way. It's a bad in this specialty.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. This stuff, keep them on their back paws. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps.
I'm not ready. This will come as a shock.
Why is Leshak trying so hard?
Path of least resistance. Tribute to my house. I go.
Dude, I'm so happy with this razor pick. Fuck that, Oni pretty hard. Fucking so hard, you rage quit.
Of course.
GG, Lulu. Yeah, I guess you could consider this building silence. It's just that a bat hits anything 4 times. It basically gets silenced, but it applies to buildings. It's not really silenced. Can't really cast spells. Hi, Kyle. Games are going right. If Quap laned against me, I would have lost. I think. Welcome, Nubian dude. Yeah, I think if I lane against Quap, I am not sure I would even get Static Link. Betting winner 0. Yeah, maybe we don't get Static Link against Quap, or we have to outplay her somehow. Yeah, I think we probably just max Q and E against Quap. Anyways, I need a minute to go to the bathroom, guys. All right, I'm back. Not the first game. Hi, Santo. Yeah, well, to be fair, Gabriel, Raze is just like one of the strongest counters to Omni Knight, so. Oh, it's the clockwork from last game. And here's glitch. That was the quap, okay.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left. Remember,
And yeah, points
the
are
goal is
for
to
fun
have
for now.
fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh, this guy's spamming Undying, huh? Oh, fuck.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Oh, I have this guy muted, shit. Let me do 5, Lena.
10 seconds.
Have I ever met Arteezy in a pub game? Yep. Celeshrek meta now? Not really. Alright, let me turn on betting. Okay, you guys get 7 minutes to bet, okay?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Did I find Arteezy toxic? He was on the enemy team, so he didn't say anything in that game. Good luck on your bet, Kyle. Get that money. Being on from Canada. How did I calibrate to highest rank? First of all, you have to have an old account and your previous MMR has to be really high.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
How good is Arteezy? Very good.
What's going on?
Hi, codename. Favorite heroes, Juggernaut. Type in exclamation mark how to bet. Asian people only live in Asia? I'm popular among Indonesians because of a collaboration that I did with some Indonesian streamers. I did some with
Yes.
Melon, Dodo. There's another guy. Melon, Cass, Erica Sue. There's another guy. I can't remember.
Open fire.
I think Arteezy's better. Arteezy's 10k, guys.
Don't worry, lads. This one's in the bag.
I will, Lulu. Thanks.
Fire away.
5k players are not good enough for a team,
Scorch 'em.
and you're banned. Higurindra, I know you think that you're clever, you're funny, but actually you're just a toxic piece of shit. And now you can't talk anymore.
On it.
So smart, man.
Seconds to showtime!
Burn a path. Quick. I'm going.
Pay attention now! The battle's starting!
You fucking cut.
Yes. Like a wildfire.
I'm so fucking dead.
Time to hotfoot it. It's not time yet.
Oh, come on, man. Do something.
First blood in flames.
Let's heat things up. I go like the blazes. Burn 'em up. I'm under attack. Oh yeah. Heat wave. I'm going.
Oh shit.
To battle. Like a wildfire. I go like the blazes. Slash.
What the fuck? How I missed that? Oh, he has boots, dude. Jesus.
Quick.
Someone didn't call the diggers hotline.
You guys have 35 seconds left to bet on this game, by the way. In your dream, 9K Southeast Asian Dota 2 player. Hey Lou, I don't think that's what he's implying. I'm saying he's just, I think he's telling me to have good luck in maintaining ranks.
We're back.
Oh yeah.
Vlad, do you think the stream looks good? Try not to advertise here, okay?
Yes.
Ha! Regeneration!
a wildfire. On it. Warms my heart. I go like the blazes. Time
I
to
can't.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Excuse me?
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Yes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Attack!
Need an early slow, so what? Treant is slow. It doesn't matter, guys.
Yes.
You know what matters more? Skill.
Quick. Oh yeah.
Okay, man.
Burn a path. To battle. I'm going. Heat wave. Yes. Quick. Bring in the heat.
Nice job.
On it.
Runes, 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 please.
Like a wildfire.
Okay, you know what? Forget about it.
To battle.
A tithe to the impurities.
Oh yeah. Yes. I go like the blazes. Time to hot foot it. Burn a path.
Take
I
it.
go like the blazes. Time to hot foot it.
Here comes Dyer's plucky little courier. Oops,
Yes.
it's dead now.
Heat wave. Getting warmer. Burn a path. Quick.
Care, 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 care.
On it. Yes.
Another
Burn 'em all.
fugitive brought to justice.
Wow.
Oh yeah. To battle. I'm going. Light him up. Fire away. Like a wildfire. Burn a path. Heat wave. I'm going. On it. I go like the blazes. Time to hotfoot it.
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
Ember's here. Back, back, back. Ember's here.
My flame burns to battle. Yes. Like a wild
Joe.
feed the flames. Quick.
The enemy's attacking the lane. Spree! Double kill!
Hey, we're doing well, guys. This game's feeling pretty good.
Like a wildfire.
Oh fuck, these creeps are chasing me.
Wow!
Heat wave.
Didn't I give this guy a ward? Where'd he put it?
Burn them up. Oh yeah. Time to hide.
Dire structures are fortified.
Burn a path.
They're trying to knock down your middle
To
tower.
battle. Quick.
Oh, the enemy just denied their bottom tower. You know last hits are a pretty big deal, right?
On it.
10 minute runes. Runes.
I'm going. Yes.
Illusion!
I go like the blazes. I go like the blazes.
Oh hey, it's clarity. No clarity for you.
Burn them all. Time
Yeah,
to
this Ember stun lock, dude. You can't fucking dodge shit.
burn a path. Quick. To battle. Oh yeah. I'm going.
I need to go around like this.
Like a wildfire.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Rally the troops are
Oh,
On it.
my bad.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Yes.
Man, oh, dude, I needed to I needed to eat that tree.
Killing spree.
Fuck.
You are no match for my master.
Fuck. Assassin bullshit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
That was just a warm-up. go like the blazes.
Oh, what? I put a ward here. They dewarded that. So they saw that ward being put down.
Yes. To battle.
The enemy's top
Yes.
tower has fallen.
I see you.
Time to hot-foot it.
I'm going.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Why not ultimate what?
Like a wildfire.
Why didn't I ultimate the Lifestealer here?
Tower's
Range, man.
bad.
Cast range.
Burn the power.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Quick.
Dominate.
Time to hot-foot it.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Yes.
On it.
Do I still do replay analysis? Yeah, man. Why not?
Oh yeah.
I'm going. To battle. Like a wildfire.
Scorch 'em.
Burn the power.
Heat wave.
I go with the blazes. Like a wildfire. I go like the blazes. Quick.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Time to hot-foot
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
I'm going.
Light 'em up.
To battle.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Burn a
fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I shouldn't even have fucking TP'd in, man. Like, the moment Ember missed his chains, I think that BH was good. And I still TP in. Oh yeah, you want to make a team, Andrew?
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is
Small
it's
sad guy
all-
sounds good, man. Just let me know what hero you want.
Heat wave.
Yes.
It's not that you can't conclude that it's ward because they have Beastmaster. Remember, Beastmaster has birds.
Yes.
Unstoppable!
On it. Quick. I go like the blazes. Temperature rising. I'm going.
Spirit Breaker for donation. It just misses the word.
To battle. Burn a path. Heat wave.
On it. The bottom tower is under attack. Enemy's middle tower is
I'm fucking dead, dude.
no.
Oh my god, there you go. Need more farm
Invisibility.
before we can fight these guys. And TB needs to have like
Your middle tower
tons
is
of
under
items.
attack. What, not your job or something? Your middle tower is under attack. Over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no
Like
more.
a wildfire. Yes.
Man, I don't have a single assist. I thought I would.
Burn a path.
Like a wildfire.
Wait a minute, I put a ward here. Oh, they noticed that. Oh wow. Very perceptive.
Heat wave.
Yes. Legal tender.
Swelter.
Quick.
On it.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Time to hotfoot it.
I don't know which runes to get.
I go like the blazes.
To battle.
There's a haste top.
I'm going.
Oh yeah.
Killing
He's dead.
spree.
Haste.
Yes.
Fucking can't even Laguna, dude.
Takes its course.
God. There you go. Beastmaster dies anyways.
Let's bear your soul.
Banning David sounds good. See you later, toxic guy. See you later, man.
Dominate.
Yeah, man, you act like a piece of shit. So we treat you like a piece of shit. Dump you in the toilet.
Killing spree. Double kill. Dominate. Triple kill.
Bringing the heat.
Mega kill. Truck kill.
Nice job. I guess we can get tier 3. There's a catapult there.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Open fire.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I go like the blazes.
Oh, you know, Ember might TP here. I don't want to take that risk. Oh fuck, there's someone here already. Shit.
Heat wave.
Oh, man, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die.
Yes. Regeneration. Yes.
Time to.
I'm going.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We need some wards now, huh?
Like a wildfire.
Need a ward.
Heat wave. Time to hotfoot it. Burn a path.
I think they smoked. They smoked.
Echo like the blazes. On it. To battle.
God, dude. Oh man, I was just about to put the ward here.
Double kill.
What the? How did this guy die?
Triple kill.
They can't really take any big racks or anything.
I bring the heat.
Man, I was just about to put ward here.
I'm going. On it. Oh yeah.
It's really unfortunate.
To battle.
Your top tower is under
Heat
attack.
wave. Quick.
Is that real? Oh, that's fake.
Roshan's dead.
to hunt.
You ever been underneath this pit? A lot of good stuff down there.
Yes. Like a wildfire.
A tithe to the impurities.
I go like the blazes. Burn a path.
Your top tower has fallen.
I'm going. Yes.
Tower's under attack. Dominate.
To battle.
From witless elements.
Your top tower needs some help.
Burn a path.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a distant memory.
Heat wave.
Mega kill! The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Time to hunt.
I think we win this game.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we have a comic for people like him, guys.
I'm coming in.
Hey, David! David, you still watching, man? I got a comic for you, dude. Look, here's the good people on the left side, right? Doing good things, helping people, animals, children. And then there's you, dude! Fucking pathetic.
Oh yeah.
Real good contribution to society.
Yes. On it.
Oh fuck, there's a Nubian assassin over here.
Attack.
Oh yeah, there you are. See? We found you. You're so pathetic, man. You have nothing to do with your life except do that. Where was it? Here you go. Look, look, look. There's you again, man. There's you.
I'm going.
A sad little man.
Yes.
Oh yeah, baby! Perfect timing! Oh shit, I'm dead. Why? Come on, where's the T? Where's T? Oh shit. Okay, that was really not good. Oh man, oh, that was not a good trade. Yeah, I was good stun, but not a good trade. And actually, this life steal just bought a whole AC, dude. Damn.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower's under attack.
Helter Skelter.
I didn't stun anyone, dude.
To battle. I go like the blazes. Time to hotfoot it. Oh yeah.
30-minute rinse.
Yes.
Oh.
Burn a path.
Oh fuck, there's...
Heat wave.
Oh, I think they know where our ward is now, so.
I'm going.
Items and TB, there you go.
Bounty.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The torment.
To battle.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
I go like the blazes. Burn a path.
Is that real?
Like a wild I'm under attack. Time to hunt. Quick.
Oh, dude. You keep chasing me.
Heat wave.
Oh fuck, I almost died. I think I had a boat. Okay, I'll grab that. You know, actually, I'd like to join you too.
I'm going. Fuel for my fire.
Kissed by the flames.
Oh yeah.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. To battle.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Back to four.
Oh yeah, we got him!
Not yet. Burn a path.
Welcome back.
Got him too!
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Got him too! Woo! Oh yeah. Oh, we win! I told you we won. End the game, end the game, end the game, end the game.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Oh yeah. We have more comics for
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
we have more comics for you, man. You're trying to piss people off? Troll make internet mad. Troll like anger. Troll want people as miserable as troll. You got that, man?
Victory!
Yeah, let's not give him any more attention. That's fine. Oh yeah. Oh, we're in the 1400s now, and theoretically, because we were just 1500 exactly, and now we're in the 14, and we're back to 5.8. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Let's not talk about him anymore. Just stop talking about him. All right. Let's just keep going. Yeah, I actually quite like support Lina. She's more powerful than you think. So when did I pick Lina? I picked Lina after the Undying, I'm pretty sure. So Undying was the first pick. Yeah, this guy's spamming Undying. So it was first pick Undying, second pick Leshrac, third pick Lina. Yeah, I actually really like to pick Lina against Undying because she right clicks really fast, also from a very far range. Kills the tomb. But what a lot of people don't know is how quickly she can stun.
On that bird.
So Lina stuns 2.5 second. That's pretty long stun, by the way. On a 7-second cooldown. 2.5 second stun, 7-second cooldown. 7 seconds. AoE! Bam! She can flash farm too, right? So I mean, even if Lina doesn't do well early game, she can farm very quickly because she just press Q and W and then, you know, a whole bunch of farm. So, and yeah, you buy Ether Lens, and you can stun from a very long. Is Haku here? I have not seen that guy in a long time. Oh, hello, Haku.
I'm on fire.
It's nice to see you, man. I was worried about you.
Yes.
Yeah, so with Ether Lens, actually, yeah, it's very like look how far that stun is, guys. See, I just stunned, and now I can stun again. So in a team fight, you can stun like you can easily stun at least twice in a team fight, maybe 3, even maybe 4 times.
It's not
Yeah, that shit is ridiculous. I just like the stuns from Ruby, dude.
Let's get a fire.
Lina have long stun animation, true. But still. What? You're going back to sleep? Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't sleep. You don't need sleep. Oh yeah, betting winners 0. Oh, my bad. I forgot. Hello, Prastio. How do you say a T before a Y? Tayo? Betting winner 0. There you go. Been a long while. I've been extremely busy these past few weeks. I might be on night shift next week. Oh, so you're going to be here next week, Haku. Is that what I'm understanding, sir? Just joking, man. You don't have to come. But it's nice when you are here. My Q is pretty annoying too. Very true. Very high skill cap ability, actually. Hi, Putra. Get your points. You're gonna make carry or you're gonna make chicken curry? Oh no! If I don't play carry, you're gonna make chicken curry? Fuck.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's terrible, man. I don't know why you would say something like that.
I've come to talk with
Tyoku's Cho. Interesting. Why not just type it like this? Oh, Andreas. Oh, I remember what you said, Haku. We have it on VOD, what you said, okay. Glad you like the joke. I would prefer Nyx than Lina support, though. Oh, I hope you realize they're very different heroes, right? Can Nyx Assassin hit the Undying Tombstone? Can he? Can he? I think not very well. Also, you know another big difference in Lina support versus Nyx support? Let me tell you something, dude.
Lena here.
Look what Lena can do. Oh yeah. Can Nyx Assassin do that? Mm-mm. Nyx Assassin can't do that. So very powerful in the laning phase just to have that kind of attack range. Oh, you don't have to press F.
To battle.
Also, Lena can harass 2 heroes. Right?
Quick.
Lena can do that. So, very, very different heroes.
Watch it.
Hello, Imhotep. You're stuck at Ancient 7 and you tips on how to reach Divine Bracket. Yes, Vincent, you have to watch your own replays. That's funny, Curry the team. Nice joke. I'm glad you like it. Collect Dota Plus shards, okay. I have Dota Plus shards to collect? Oh. Complete 75 hero challenge? Oh. Well, there we go. Yeah, I don't know about this Monkey King set. I don't really like it, I think. Looks kinda not that good to me.
So begins
Let's heat
the persecution.
things up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. I'm quite good with my Immortal and Arcana. Oh, this is kinda cool. I like the armor. Yeah. Kinda want the armor. $1.92 Canadian. But the thing is, I never play Monkey King, so nah, let's not buy shit we don't need. How often do I watch my own replays? Not that often, but I watch a lot of pro replays. So for me, I mean, I'm not trying to be like a pro Dota 2 player. I'm here to entertain you guys. So that's my number one. So yeah, having fun is the most important for me. Watching your own replays is not fun, not gonna lie. How about Invoker support? I'm sure it could work in some situations. Maybe. Favorite set? Sure, man. Bam! We actually played Crystal Maiden. Was it the last game? No. Today we played Crystal Maiden, then we played Razor, and then we played Lena. Welcome, Vincent. You like Medusa set? I think I saw it earlier. I think it's not too bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I think I have a Dusa set that's pretty cool already. I think. Wait, that's the same set, right? Okay, I already have this set.
Equal of heaven, greater than
I guess I bought it at some point. Sorry about your laptop, man. Is it good to be positioned for Enigma? I'm sure everything has its time and place in Dota 2. Come on, man. Don't you know that by now in Ancient 7? My day's going alright. How's yours, Silvio? Glad you like the entertainment, yes? P is honestly so sexy in that set. Slim, thick body going on, breaking men's hearts and necks worldwide. And necks. Oh, interesting. Oh, right. Snail, it's you. Oh, okay. Hey, welcome back. Haven't seen you for a while. So, are you gonna make that chicken curry or what? Hello, Acel. Well, for Reeve. Can you just ask a question rather than asking if you can ask a question? I hope you can watch Sven support one more. Hey, man. If you want to see a hero, you can always donate for it. You're very welcome, Nerubian dude. Hero for Crusader bracket. Bang Nor, have you ever tried looking at Dota buff? It has all the win rates for every hero. Why am I always streaming? Because it's my job. It's my job. It's kind of like asking, why are you always shitting or eating or sleeping? Bobel, glad you're having fun watching me play. Hello, GGG. Glad you like the Lena set. Any tips for retard team? Yes, use the mute button. Learn how to be a leader and a PMA player. Yeah, we could probably do top 500. Probably. It's pretty ambitious, and I have to try hard. I prefer just to have fun, but get a fucking new job. Ha 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 ha. Hey man, I get paid quite a bit of money to stream. I play video games for a living. Enjoy your McDonald's job. Or working at a restaurant, you know. Enjoy. Chicken ran away. I'm sorry about your chicken. Yeah, it might be David. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. This guy's the Drow player. So, I mean, if he loves to play Drow, I'm just gonna go ahead and play Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, and the 5 seconds left.
Yeah, I know that he really likes to play Drow. And he's a good Drow, so.
Remember, the goal is
Holy fucking first pick
okay.
TA?
Yeah, who am I kidding? You
This
know
is
what to
Smurf?
do.
Look me in the
Oh, right. March 4th, March 19th, Divine 4, March 24th, Divine 5. This guy's like a TA spammer, huh? It's like he's getting boosted or something. March 24th, Divine 5, March 26th, Divine 6. He's quite the TA player, huh? Interesting. Glad you like the stream, X-Toll. You know, there's nothing wrong with working at a restaurant, but what I'm trying to say is that he's looking down on me. And I'm guessing that he's probably a young kid. And usually young kids, for one of the first jobs they do is they work at McDonald's, right? So that's what I'm just trying to get at. If you're young, there's nothing wrong with that. If you own the restaurant or your management, nothing wrong with that. I'm sorry, man. I don't mean it that way. But you know what I mean? Like I'm getting paid to play video games, but you know, that's what he's probably doing, and he's looking down on me. What a fucking sad person. MR top 500? No idea. Yeah, Chef is good too. Hello, Valdo. Run into Smurf. Oh yeah, what's going on in my game? Yeah, see, he's gonna play Drow. I'll be 5. Oh, Spectre. So they want to take this late then. But can they? Why do I get so serious? Because I take people's feelings seriously. You're the highest? Nah. That's right, Andrew Johnson.
Your pick now.
I do.
What? Huh?
That's right, Nicholas. Catlin, advice for Archon player? You should watch the replays. This last pick is very important. Maybe we do Huskar. Okay. The first pick TA, I have a very strong feeling it's a Smurf for a booster. Yeah, it's an extremely ballsy move.
It's in the bag.
Oh, oh shit.
Battle.
If you insist.
This one is so in the bag.
So Jaime, glad you love the stream.
In case you're wondering, it's in the bag.
By the bloody pina.
What the fuck, man?
I am
30 seconds to showtime. Oh, I see lots of good digging spots out there. What are we waiting for?
No, 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 no.
yes.
You guys both have to go back to base.
Let the battle begin! Whew. Okay, Nico, play your cards right. This thing will land you on easy street.
There's a tiny around here.
Faster.
Oh my god.
What are you doing?
Thanks for fucking auto-attacking them to fucking slow them. Right fucking here.
Guys, let's
When you were fucking
let's just
running
play the
away
game,
with full
okay?
HP.
Well, let's not talk. Let's just play the game. Thanks.
You literally were gone. Why'd you turn around?
Just shut up
Fucking
and play the game.
retard. I'm fucking feeding. I don't give a shit.
No, 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 no. Can't. I like MMR, please. Please. Don't feed, please.
No, because he's fucking dumb fuck. I don't want to fucking play with this fucking
Okay,
stupid.
okay, he's dumb. But don't punish me, man. I don't deserve it.
4. I fly.
God, fucking babysitting simulator.
Let my vengeance soar.
Tiny's. Oh, Tiny's still top.
As you wish. Faster.
There's no creeps here. They. Right.
Battle.
Alright, they award that. I mean, they awarded that. I can't pull or anything.
Okay, where were we?
Okay, well, I'm gonna give this guy a tango. And then. I don't really know what to do, to be honest with you. Maybe I'll just stand here and give him the aura.
With a vengeance.
Maybe I'll gank mid. Yeah, maybe ganking mid's a better idea. Oh, I should have bought a sentry. He's using courier. I think they probably put the ward right here.
Didn't you?
Yes.
Pop has like no mana though. This is fucking useless. Just wasting my time. Ah.
Let my vengeance
What does a chicken
soar.
like me do in a situation like this?
The time has come.
Oh shit. Where's Drow?
My sentiments precisely. Yes. Vengeance flies beside me.
Where's my sentry? Oh, I bought a ward, not a sentry. Oh my! I meant to buy a sentry.
As you wish.
Dude, this game is not going well right now. See, we did it. You guys did it.
If you insist.
Double damage.
I am not arguing.
Dude.
Yes.
Did I just see regen? No, I imagined it.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Runes, runes, runes.
If I must. As you wish. Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bountiful. If you insist. I am there.
Oh my god. Man, I actually didn't need to use that combo, huh?
Soar.
Care, dude, care.
I fly.
We don't really have much bitch.
Sir.
Hey, here, why don't you get some experience? Okay, I can stun this guy.
To battle.
Ah, okay.
Killing spree.
I am not to be stopped so easily.
Guy still doesn't have his bottle? He's losing. Oh, he's losing TA hard, huh?
With a vengeance.
That I think that ward expired naturally.
Fall.
Your middle tower's under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
I'm gonna help top.
The time has come.
Coming.
Very well. Gamblin's life is on. I am there. Fall.
Oh, I don't know, man. Oh, my spirit.
How many times must I stand on this road?
Dominate. Get up, get up, get out there.
Lies beside me.
I don't have money, man. I don't have anything.
As you wish.
Spectre 6. Oh, Drow 6 too. So, kind of even. This guy's about to have his bottle, I guess. Yeah, he has his bottle, so we will give him vision of the room. Oh my god, he saw. I think he saw me put down the word.
My sentiments precise. For me.
Oh, how did Quap die?
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that. Dire's putting up a barricade. Killing spree. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your job or something?
Oh, Venomancer is really powerful, huh?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, so we have Venomancer. That's kind of good.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
If you insist.
Oh, oops.
They're trying to knock down your middle
Kind of good, I
tower.
guess. I needed that farm so bad.
You shall
Don't have boots.
like my wings.
Your middle tower's under attack. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Very well.
10-minute runs.
As you
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
bountiful. I fly.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your top tower is under attack.
Hmm.
Your top tower needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on. Mega kill!
Nice job,
Your
dude.
middle tower is under attack.
Let my vengeance soar.
Wait a minute, we have ward here and here? I put mine down first, I'm pretty sure.
If you insist.
I do.
You are too noisy to live.
Oh shit, who's the target? Someone's gonna die.
You even watching your top tower?
Faster.
Oh, die, Spectre! Oh, he's got a blink dagger? Jesus!
Wicked sick! Double kill!
You shall feel my talons.
Your top tower is under attack.
No. Okay, I got it.
Very well.
See, we did it, guys. It started off really fucking rocky, and now we're winning. Babysitting simulator. Oh, I want this. What the? Yeah, I totally want this.
My spirit soars. As you
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower has been denied. Send him home with nothing. Radiant's courier is dead. I wonder what idiot got it killed.
at last.
The tables.
Let my vengeance soar.
Wait a minute, do we have Urn on our team? Okay, we don't. Whew, almost bought an item that we don't need. Would have been
My
bad.
sentiments precisely. As you wish. I fly.
Yeah, Blink Dagger?
Forward. Let me stretch my wings.
Rosh, let's Rosh.
What?
Killing spree!
Rosh, Rosh.
Okay.
Maybe it called in the fortification.
Oh, I should have swapped him. My bad. Anyone gonna help Drow?
Like, why am I calling Rosh and no one's coming? It's actually pissed me off.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I'll tank for you. Oops. There we go. There's a Pugna somewhere around here.
Drow, please don't get my couriers.
Ah, you're all coming. You're all coming.
I'm dead.
Tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Ending from miles.
Dominate! Your middle tower's under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Double kill. Unstoppable! Triple kill!
A lonely death.
God, Vengeful Spirit is so annoying. We have Vlads on this team? Vlads.
Wow!
Alright, I'm planting myself mid now for the mid tower.
Vlads.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
I will buy Vlads. Why is there still a circle here? Oh, God.
Ow.
Radiant structures are fortified. Yes. If you insist. Wicked set. Double kill. Power just turned into a pile of rocks. Double kill.
Oh, you did, bitch! You did! Vengeful Spirit Drow Ranger, baby!
Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Okay.
Enemy's middle tower is no more. The top tower needs some help. This is one of the things in the bad tower.
Honey wants a throwback. Just remember that. Never mind, he got hit by Shadow Strike.
Enemy's middle tower just hit the dust. Killing spree. Enemy's middle barracks is falling.
Drow Ranger Vengeful Spirit! Drow Ranger Vengeful Spirit.
We don't have to do anything.
Yeah, get back.
We don't have any to.
Get back.
Wow.
Oh shit. Oh, good. He he died in my urn. Maybe we end it now. Drow Ranger. Just like that, huh? Just like that.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, you dodged my shit. Babysitting simulator. Good job, everyone. Today has been a great day, Lerman. For sure. GG, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the babysitting simulator. So we should be almost ranked, maybe even in the 1300s now. Yeah, spice more. Felt like a turbo. Hey, Vanderblue. Life's good, man. How are you doing? How's the injury? Have your points, guys. Yeah, that BH was like this close to just like he's like, I'm breeding, and I'm like, whoa, man, whoa. I like MMR, okay? I'm sure you like MMR too. Can we not? Oh hey, it's the Drow again. Oh guys, this guy is so fucking toxic.
Your turn to ban.
Well, time to play Vengeful Spirit again. This guy fucking loves Drow so much. Seriously. Crest. Oh, wasn't he? He's the divine. Yeah, he's the TA from the last game.
This is where you win or lose. This is where you win or lose.
This look familiar, guys?
Your pick now. Meepo. Huh?
Oh yeah, you guys want to bet on this game? Sure. Alright, I will give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes starting right now to bet.
Remember, the goal is to have
Does this look familiar, guys?
Yeah, who am I kidding?
You don't think he's a Smurf? I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Look, his featured hero is a lifestealer with no items. You still don't think he's a Smurf? Slark, also no items. Abaddon, no item. Come on, man. He's probably a fucking Smurf. No one's picking Ursa. What?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
My Smurf versatility has 9 something. That's fine, man. Well, it looks like he did end up picking her, so that's fine, man. Yeah, Dark Willow Mars is powerful for sure.
Call me vengeance.
To all my cubs and kindred, it is most definitely in the bag.
Prepare for battle!
It's in the bag.
Thanks, Lulu.
Vengeance flies beside me. I'm not ready.
I saw that.
If you will just business, what? Nothing
It's in
personal.
the bag. I saw that.
The time has come. Four.
Ouch.
Faster. If I must.
30 seconds to battle! I love watching him skip around out
Ouch.
there.
Don't think we're getting top roots.
Let my vengeance soar.
I have no idea if this is a good idea or not.
Battle's starting. Just remember, you got a job to do.
Oh, he got one. Oh, we got 3.
My allies have earned their keep.
As you wish. Yes.
Dude, the courier's right there, man. Just, Jesus.
As you wish.
Oh my god.
I am not argue.
First blood!
With a vengeance.
Here comes
Oh
Dire's
my
puppy little
god.
puppy.
What the fuck?
It's dead now.
Very well. My sentiments precisely.
Ours, not yours.
I am ready. By Spirit. By the bloody pina.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Faster.
Oh my god.
Mars the Impaler.
Oh my god.
I am not argue.
Well, that's not a very good start.
I fly. Let my vengeance soar.
Yeah, that Ursa is a little bit too ambitious, in my opinion. Oh.
You shall feel my talent. Vengeance flies beside me.
Eat it! Eat it! What the f-
No shit! Shut the fuck up!
If I must. As you wish.
Oh, what the fuck?
Very well.
Oh my god. What a fucking combo. And this is the part where I mute him again.
If you insist.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The time has come.
Dude, that was my core, you retard. You sit at top for some goddamn reason, and then you use a fucking regen level 1. I'm just gonna feed, dude. I don't care.
Hey man, whoa,
Keep talking,
whoa.
Brown, you piece of shit.
Whoa, no. Don't feed me. Come on.
Enemies attacking your middle tower.
I picked Vengeful Spear for you, dude. Just like last game.
My sentiments precisely.
And by the way, I had Brown muted, you know? Just don't listen to him. He's fucking toxic as shit. Fucking hell!
I fly.
No, God!
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
To battle.
Fuck this game.
Are you even watching your top tower?
No, I think both Brown and Drow both deserve to be reported.
If you insist.
Well, I may have untilted Drow a little bit. He's level 3 versus the level 6 TA. Oh god.
My sentiments precisely.
Nah, we fucking lost this. Pretty sure we lost this.
Tower is under attack.
As you wish. Vengeance flies beside me.
They have sentry mid now.
As you wish.
Killing spree.
If I must.
Dire structures are fortified. Killing spree.
May the sky. I am not.
Come on.
Dominate.
I don't know. I got 3 people diving me and nobody wants to play, so.
I don't have a TP.
Dominate.
Okay. We fucking lost, guys.
I also had Drow muted, actually, before the game started.
Your mid tower could talk.
He plays decently 80% of the time.
The top tower needs some help.
Faster.
People lose like 4 gold and they panic and they pick their dog shit hero second base. countered. Like, oh, I lost.
Emotionally unstable babies, you know?
Your top tower is under attack.
Nah, I think this game's done, guys.
Very well. Your top
Like, it's gonna take a
tower is
miracle to
under
win this
attack.
game. And Tia's a fucking
Dig in
smurf,
and
dude.
defend that sucker.
Bro, I'll rely on, like, snowballing, you know?
Your top tower needs some
No,
help.
no, no, no.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Mega kill! Why do I get the feeling you ain't taking this serious enough? Mega kill!
This game's over. I'm sure. Oh.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
My sentiments precisely.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. What, not your job or something? Your bottom tower is under attack. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
I am dead.
Yeah, we're done here.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Man,
This is one of
God.
the things in the bad column.
I fly.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Hey, Lulu, he might be referring to the... my teammates.
Your top tower needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on.
If you insist.
Keep talking, dude. You're garbage.
Nigga, you fucking sound gay, you fucking piece of shit. Your fucking voice is gay,
I
bitch.
suck,
You like
dick.
fucking in the asshole. You fucking like the fucking asshole destroyed,
You're
bitch.
divine 5. Hello, wake up call.
Hello, nigga, hello. Come on.
Wow, you said nigga. Congrats, dude. Aren't you cool? You said nigga. How cool are you? You said nigga. Woo, look at me, guys. I'm a divine 5 player. I say nigga.
Look
I
at
must
me,
be
I
a good
play fucking
player.
better than you, you piece of shit. Come on, go fucking feed more. Go fucking feed more.
Don't be
fucking
divine
retard.
5, dude. You're not
Go,
good.
go,
Keep
come on,
talking.
come on, go fucking
Keep
suck
talking,
dick,
retard. Keep talking.
Go sucks, bitch. Fucking retard.
I'll unmute Ursa too. Nah, I think he's chat muted anyway. I think Ursa's chat muted.
I fucking remember you from last fucking games and you and fucking...
Yeah, and guess what? You're about to beat the last game because you're a crybaby bitch.
You can fucking suck dick. It's what you fucking do. Go fucking suck
I
dick,
suck
bitch.
dick. Yeah, that's what I do, dude. You're right. I suck dick.
Hope you fucking enjoy it, you fucking piece of shit.
Not being there, no.
I don't, because I don't suck dick.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Ah,
Your top tower has
my fucking MMR though.
middle barracks are looking shaky. Your middle barracks is falling. You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong. Your bottom towers.
Oh no, he's not chat muted. I thought he was. Yep, just throw him.
Tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
By the way, this next game is not gonna be ranked.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. You gotta work together or else you're gonna die. Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, go lose my courier. Again, retard. Send it top for some fucking reason.
Someone with worse luck than me.
Oh my god, why do you talk like that? You like having it in the butthole, huh?
The top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
I'll take that.
They're trying to knock down the middle tower.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
You're gonna get out of here before they found me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The fucking MMR.
Your middle tower has fallen. Were you not paying attention to the rules? Your ancient is under attack. He ain't lying. That is absolutely how you lose the game.
Easy MMR. Easy come, easy go.
Don't forget
Back
to
abandoned
report this
deed.
piece of shit.
Oh yeah, I'm reporting 2 pieces of shit. Well, time to play unranked. At least we can not worry too much in unranked. Alright, you get a report for toxicity. I don't think I can even report this guy because I did it within the last week, I think. Toxic once again. Oh hey, I can report him again. 1 for Ursa for toxicity. 1 for Drow for intentional feeding. Come on, man. Oh wait. Well, I might have commended him or reported him. I don't really remember. Oh, fuck me. Oh, this dude, this Ursa, he was ranked 1000-ish, I think, last week. And look, now I'm ahead of him. Motherfucker. Alright, let's see how you guys bet. So 21 of you guys bet on win. And 3 of you guys bet on lose. Betting winner 1. How do you put the memes in perfect time? Oh, I keep a binder full of memes, and then you should just learn how to use OBS, man. Okay, Okay. You guys get 12 minutes starting right now to bet on this next team, even though it hasn't started yet. Glad you like the music, Chamber. See you later, Azar. Oh, my MMR. At least we're still 5.8k. The max bet is 300, Nubian dude. You like it in the butthole. You suck dick. I wonder if he's actually gay. I think he is. He talks really gay. Probably gay. Yeah, I think he's gay. I understand. How is there software or something like that? Wait, what? I don't understand your English. You have some grammar problems, sir. Favorite hero is Juggernaut? You have faith in what? Jesus? Hey, Abe Hedzilla. It's the WoW playlist in the description of stream. Suck dick. You fucking Divine 5. You know what we should have did? We should put Nature's Prophet mid. Nature's Prophet mid. Actually, who was their safe laner? That's not the game. Yeah, we should have put Nature's Prophet mid. Drow off lane, Ursa. Nature's Prophet mid. Drow in the off lane, yep. And Ursa in the safe lane. But we should have put the Ursa and the Bounty Hunter together. And then me and Drow will go... Sorry, no. Yeah. Yeah, we should put Bounty Hunter top to fight the Skywrath, and then I go bottom with Drow. In the offlane. I'm pretty sure we would have done a lot better if we did that. Wah wah. You wish you can fast forward what? You're not a Rubian dude, you could always do it, right? I mean, the VODs are publicly available, right? What's ID? I don't understand your question. Spend support for donation? Meeple for donation? Heard you the first time. First 2 times. Stop spamming. Barba. Click Shazam movie. Never seen it. How much would you be able to sell your main account for if you were willing to sell it? I just want to know its value. Well, I have a lot of Dota 2 items on it. So I would not sell it for anything less than $10,000 US. Oh, I also have a lot of games too, I suppose, huh? So yeah. Maybe closer to $12,000 US. Your coins are gone, no need to stay. Oh no, you don't have these coins that do nothing. NP safely and draw Avenge off Ursa mid. You want Ursa to go against TA? Not a good idea, man. Am I good with spicy foods? Nope. Hot ones like the wings. I'm from Canada. Hey, Barba, if you say Meeple one more time, I am banning you. Oh, there you go. Yes. Any good streamer on Twitch, in your opinion? Yeah, I watch Forev. 9K offlane player. Arteezy when he ever streams. That's about it. Everyone hates Ricky and Bounty Hunter. Even I hate Ricky and Bounty Hunter. A little more toxic than Southeast Asia. Oh, are you talking about my server? My thinking is we banking on Drow to get good farms, so sacrifice the Ursa. Nah. I don't think you have to sacrifice any of them. What do we do with these coins? One day I will implement a feature where you could trade in your points for perhaps hero requests. Hello, Mohammed. Right. How did the game go? It went entertainingly. Can you bet 200 if you only have 20 coins?
Smoke weed every day.
Can you pay a $200 bill with $20? Do I like Wagamama? Yeah, actually I do. He seems like a nice guy to me. Raphael, welcome back. Yes, but Spanx is on my friend. I think he's on my friends list. I subscribe to him. He comes here now and then. I agree with this. Kizu's very chill. Gork's, I like him as well. $700. Yeah, well, I got lots of stuff, man. And some of it is sentimental, so you gotta put a price on sentimental stuff, right? How's Raj? Legend Ancient, yes. Watch your replays. Hello, Paul. The hell's wrong with you? Should go see a doctor then. You ever done a fountain hook? Probably. Is it Southeast Asia? Is it Southeast Asia to toxic? I think you're missing an O, right? I don't know. Hi. Yeah, I've actually watched some of Blitzbank's streams, and he's a pretty funny guy. Way funnier than me. But I have more MMR. Blitzbank's like a girl in her period. Interesting. I have way too many items to show. Why does unranked queue take way longer than ranked? Maybe we just go on Smurf for the rest of the day. Yo, Esperanza. Nah, man, I don't want to play out Southeast Asia. Why would I do something like that? Hyanator? Nope, don't know. I believe yes, you can, Alex. I don't stream on Twitch because there's too much competition. Sorry, here. You know, the Rubian, it sounds to me like you just have everyone is against me. I am a victim here. You know, I am the unlucky one. I think that you are victimizing yourself. Hey, man, if everyone else is a victim, it all balances out, okay, man? Come on, be real here. Hey, welcome back, Sahabat. Yes, you bet, and you watch the stream. Also, you can donate money. Hey, didn't you say something really dumb yesterday? Try not to say dumb things, okay? Why aren't you playing with Pro's team? I'm only 5k. Why take time so long? I have no fucking clue, man. It is what it is. This is 100% absolutely true. Makes sense, man. Have you ever considered not being so toxic? Well, you know what you're doing? You're actually just projecting. You're like, Southeast Asia's the most toxic, blah, blah, blah. 1 verse 9, blah, blah, blah. But you're actually just talking about yourself, man. Take it easy, man. Take it easy. What does UE mean in your name? I mean, that's how you say my name in Vietnamese. My monthly income is a secret. Rarest item. I have the Sven sword. I'll show you guys.
Rogue Knight.
Shattered Greatsword. Funniest thing, those guys argue. Yeah, it was pretty funny. You are now at Discord. Can you give link? Link is in description of stream. Is CK good counter for Ursa? Nah. Because the problem of CK is that, like, if Ursa hits the real CK, there's a Fury Swipes indicator on top of the hero, right? And then even if CK uses his ultimate, then the indicator is still on top of the hero, so people know which one is the real CK, first of all. Ursa tends to buy eggs and or BKB, which both counter CK pretty hard. And there's not a whole lot CK can do about Ursa's ultimate. So, Ursa's a very powerful hero. Yeah, reform, Nerubian. Hope your behavior score goes up. Favorite heroes, Jug. Adrian, we're doing well. How are you? No giveaways. Next coming major. I don't have any predictions. I don't really get into that kind of stuff. We can anti-mage in late game. Get Sheepstick. A guy, manages the club in the second called Lush. Okay. Cool. What type of buff would make Sniper become a more viable mid? Maybe it increases shrapnel damage. Yeah, this is pretty funny. Well, that's why you bet, right? I mean, like, you guys can bet on it, and if you bet well enough, you get enough coins. But to be quite honest with you, I am, if I have to play a hero, I I mean, I have to spend like what 30 to 45 minutes of my time playing your hero, and there's a lot of people here with thousands and thousands of coins, and I really just don't want to play your hero that much. So that's why we make it pricey. And I mean, if you're relying on coins to get a hero request, right? That probably means you probably never really donated anyways. So essentially, with these coins, you're getting something for nothing. What happened to my left front tooth? I just grew up like that, man. I don't know what you want me to say. Canada most popular courier, it's... I don't understand your question. How to Canada enter Village game? Okay, right. Yeah, I think I'll probably watch Endgame. I think my favorite movie is Fight Club, though. Can I play all hero? Yes, at varying skill levels. Hello. Try not to say anything stupid again, okay? Hello, Louis from South Africa. Good man. Do your research. Least favorite hero? Meepo. Are you talking about the basketball team? I don't follow sports. Who we got a game? I don't remember my first hero. My name is Bluespan. Actually, we have a lot of South Africans in the stream.
Whose band is it? Oh, yours!
I'm gonna play offlane.
5 seconds left.
First rule about Fight Club is you always talk about Fight Club.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
See you later, Miafai.
Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
What are we lying about?
Okay, your pick now.
Oh my god.
Your pick now.
Oh.
Seconds. 5 seconds left.
Oh my god. Oh, this.
Fun.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Thanks, Lee, for the good luck. And Lulu. These guys have like the same name, huh? Hey, you show them the cost of a PC changes all the time. I do not know the current price of my PC.
It is my spirit that keeps me safe, and not mere.
Hey, Blen, you don't have to delete stuff like that.
Cubs.
I don't have a dream car. There's too many nice cars out there.
Push them back. Attack.
Using our body bag.
Seek the foe. To all my cubs and kindred, it is most definitely in the bag.
I'm all a quiver. This one is in the bag.
The enemy is near.
30 seconds to showtime!
We will.
What the fuck?
Hey, fuck this guy up.
Okay.
Where are you running, dude? I was gonna drop Tombstone. Fuck him up. This one's broke.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know, man. There's 3 here.
Yeah, no, well now, yeah. Should have scrapped with fucking Barry. You're running away from our trade.
You see these trees, man? My HP's going down.
Wanted to see an ancient
Punch him. You're Ursa, dude.
Oh, I'm Ursa, okay.
Fiercely now. Join with me.
First blood!
Block the transfer, you dude.
Go to. Fangs bared.
This Ursa, I mean, this Jug might actually suck.
Double kill!
Oh, nice job.
Yes. Let them see our teeth.
Are they fighting for farm?
Sit upon them. Yes. Who calls me?
Bug on that guy, dude. He only has 500 health.
Right.
He has 400 health, dude.
Okay, do you mind if I get some last hits, man?
Set upon them.
No? Yeah?
Thanks.
Interloper.
Yes, I do mind. He's got 420 health.
I merely cuffed you. Come near.
Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good.
This fucking guy's so demanding.
Yes. Interloper. Tracks of intruders.
Ah, this guy's dead.
Killing spree!
They're here.
He just stands there, GG. Southeast Asia, most toxic server in the world. Stop it, guys. Stop jerking yourselves off.
We will.
Just stop it.
Join with me. Trinkets.
Your bottom tower is under attack!
Guys, I ate a fucking Vietnamese banh mi yesterday and it was so good. Oh my god, that stuff's delicious. Have you guys eaten that before? Vietnamese sub? It's like a sandwich? Vietnamese banh mi? Oh my god. I can't get it out of my mind. It's so good.
Against all strife. Take heed. Sweet as honey.
I wouldn't say America's the most toxic either. You know what I would say? I would say that I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. Because I haven't played on all the regions hundreds of games, right? See this shit?
The enemy is near. Fangs bared. I'll rend their flesh. Who calls me? Bold and sweet. Claws out. Set upon them. Let them see our teeth. Yes. For the forest. Fiercely now. Fall upon them.
Well, this is fucking boring as shit. I pick Ursa so that I can fuck the Juggernaut, and now he's not even here.
On notice.
Farming simulator, you know?
Attack. Go to. Trifles. Seek the foe. Take heed. Sit upon them.
Every coin helps.
Yep.
Right. We fight as one.
Well, you know, we could still lose this game, so I shouldn't get too overconfident, I think.
Claws out.
Yeah, we're gonna play it smart.
Your blood is mine. Yes.
Baby fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
For the cubs. Tracks of intruders. Interloper. I'll rend their flesh.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. Who calls me? Yes.
Got it.
Top tower has fallen.
Tracks of intruders.
Gotta blink.
Blink dagger.
6 minute? No. So sorry, 7 minute? No, Nicholas. Okay, shrine here, kill Zeus, yada yada yada. I'm gonna kill Zeus.
No, you're not. Whoa.
Yes, I am.
For the forest.
Where do you guys think he is? Oh, he knew I came?
The foe. Honey from the comb. Join with me. Right. Go to.
Oh, there is Zeus.
Yes.
Oh, Zeus.
Against
Well, he's
all
hasted, dude.
strife. The enemy is near.
Oh yeah, there's an MP over here.
Let them see our teeth. Set upon them.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Now rally the troops and get over there!
Oh, he got 21 charges. He's fine, dude. Oh my god.
Hey, Necro, take that.
I must not sleep until the threat is gone.
Hey, welcome back!
Now, if I were Zeus, where would I want to go? Probably back mid.
Thanks, Baird.
I'm coming, Clinks. I'm almost there.
Sit upon them. Fiercely now.
Got him.
Yes.
Oh god.
Right.
What a fucking spot.
Fiercely now.
You fucking shit.
Trinkets.
Regen bot.
Ooh, I would like that.
Came too close to what is mine. Against all strife.
What? Oh, what the fuck?
Paul?
Oh man, why does shift click not work on runes sometimes?
Gold and
Seriously, I use shift click on that.
set upon them.
So stupid.
Let them see our teeth. Who calls me? Not yet.
Fuck you, techies.
Push them back.
Okay.
Yes.
You fucking little shit.
We fight as one.
This guy specializes in techies. I guarantee it. He knows all like the perfect spots for like when you run around the tree, you can't even move because you're in a stasis.
Ready. Fall upon them. On notice. Seek the foe. Go to.
Killing spree! Killing spree! Taste your own rotten.
Yes.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower!
Hey, can I get a Q?
For the forest. We will. Thanks, Baird. Tracks of intruders.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant!
No life still needed.
Sit upon them. Join with me. Join with me.
Dominate!
Oh shit.
Fiercely now.
Clap him, Mercy!
I got him.
How is it you heard not my warnings? Trifles. That's
see so much strengths.
Yes. Yes. I'm not ready, my friend. Against all strife. Yes.
Nice stalkers and vids.
Okay. Meg Missy, thanks for subscribing.
The foe. I'm under attack.
What the fuck?
Sit upon them. It's not time yet. Set upon them. Yes. It's not time yet.
Dominate! Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Am I getting glance? I have no idea. Look for this jug. I'm pretty sure he's somewhere in here.
Intruders.
Oh, there he is.
Not yet.
What the fuck?
We will. I'm not ready. Let them
Guys, putting
see
up a
our
barricade.
fangs bared.
Rewarded this time.
What the fuck? They have vision everywhere in their own jungle.
Who calls me? Dormant powers stir. They're here.
Oh man, what a waste.
Enemy's bottom
Suckers.
tower's nice, right?
For the forest. I'm not ready. Go to. Not yet. For the forest.
You just wait for me, dude.
Not ready. It's not time yet.
Killing spree!
Okay. And you just wait like a few seconds.
Take heed.
Top tower is under attack.
Sit upon
What,
them.
not your job or something?
Yes. Join with me. Not yet. On notice.
Mega kill!
It's not time yet. It's
Ah,
not
Zuska.
time yet. I'll rend your flesh. Interloper,
Mega kill! Double kill!
bold and sweet. Claws out. Right.
Mark!
Unstoppable! You better come on over to your mega kill!
Tracks of
The enemy's top
Stop
tower-
farming then.
How many of those things are there?
Your blood is mine. I'm not ready.
Oh, okay.
For the cause. Fall upon them. Against all life. Another swatted down. Yes. Seek the foe.
Dire structures are fortified.
Let them see our teeth.
Why you scare him, dude? He didn't pop his all and just run away. How you gonna kill a guy like that, dude?
Interloper. Not yet.
You scare him, man.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh. Okay, man. Okay.
Golden and sweet. Attack!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault line.
We will. Fiercely now. The enemy is near.
Oh, hello, Johnny.
We fight as one.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. I like these troublemakers.
Push them back.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. I'm no novice guy, but I suddenly like the chances.
Come here. On notice.
Enemy's middle tower is no more. Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad. Your bottom tower has fallen. Who said that enemy's middle tower has fallen?
I'm under attack. Who calls me?
You fucking bitch! Oh my god, he canceled my blink. He targeted me. He knew that I was about to kill him.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Join with me. Not yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Nah, Giantish, hard game.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Monster kill!
Bet 7,000. Those are rookie numbers. The game server is attempting to send match results to the game coordinator. Oh, does that mean I don't have to play any more Dota 2 today? These servers are so buggy these days, huh? Yeah, I feel like the last 3 games have all ended around 20 minutes. One hour, 3 games. Something like that, right? This game's 13 minutes. This game's 21 minutes. That last game was... Well, this Razor game was 21 minutes. Wow. Hey, give me 1 minute to go to the bathroom, thanks. 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, okay. Okay, let's play a ranked game. Hopefully we don't get those guys from the other game. Alright, let me read some of these comments. How's Ursa 3? Play a turbo for lulls? Nah, I really don't enjoy turbo, so it's not really lulls for me. Oh, Lulu Chan being called selfish. You gonna take that shit from him? Ah, here you go. Do I play nowadays because it's my job or because I enjoy playing Dota? It's mostly my job. Mostly. Why are you not playing with your teammates, dude? What teammates? I'm playing a ranked solo game. Commercial break? Yeah, commercial queue break. Hey man, we heard you the first time. Oh, did I not announce winners? Oh. Are you sure? You sure not scamming me and Rubian, dude? Did I announce points? Alright, legit. There you go, have your points. John, it's too late to bet. The house is always wins. You're absolutely right, Johan. I am rigging these bets. Sometimes I throw games. So that you guys don't get points that do nothing. JT has more points than Johnny? Are you serious? Blue, you should do a segment / series of you with guys like you did back in the day and call it House of Blues. Nah, those guys take way too much work, man. Like each 5-minute video takes me like at least 10 hours to make for a 5-minute video. Shitty guides? Nah, I can't just do shitty goods. Alex, you have quite a few points yourself. I mean, it sounds cool, but once again, I just don't want to put in the work. I played The Last of Us. Yeah, I played a little bit. I played, I think, halfway through the first one, but that's about it. You want to see my key bindings? Sure. There you go. Five-minute videos on the advice I get from 7K pubs here. Yes. Have you played with or against any TI players in solo ranks? Many. Many. Yeah, I do. Like the blues music. Well, you can bet. You can bet or just keep watching, Alex. When you gank Ricky, bring dust. Don't get hooked. Just get Lincolns. Don't get shackled. Yes. Exciting part of your life, huh? What do I just want to play Dota 2. That's all I really want to do. And have you guys watch. I don't want to fucking edit videos and research and all that shit anymore. I don't have any opinions on your hotkeys. Last of Us soundtrack. I'll look into it. I use Quick S for some heroes. Spin TP to get away from the pudge. Yeah, today's been pretty green so far, Vinit. Let's have a look. Yeah, we played 4 ranked games and won 3 out of 4, so pretty happy about that. Thanks for the respect, Adrian. Yeah, hopefully we can hit top 100, but that's really difficult, Rama. It's my favorite cuisine. It's gonna have to be either Chinese or Vietnamese. Yeah, even top 100 doesn't mean that much, to be quite honest with you guys. Because there's top 100 for every single region, right? Like EU, Southeast Asia, China. And remember, most of these top 100 people cannot get on a tier 1 team. There's many like top 100 players who play on like you know, like tier 2 or tier 3 teams, but those teams don't really make money. I would think that it's like usually the top 20 from every region that usually ends up on TI. So advice for Archon for better gameplay? I think you should watch the replays. Road to 500, road to 1000. Put any number you like. Yeah, lazy by editing video sounds about right. Have a good night, Putra. Japanese cuisine. I actually don't like Japanese cuisine that much. It just seems kind of bland to me. Bland and deep fried-ish, you know? Not a big fan of teriyaki sauce. Although omurice is I really like omurice. But I just don't like sushi that much. I'm not a big seafood fan. Japanese food has a lot of seafood, so. Hey Blue, can you tell me how behavior works? I mean, from 9K I dropped to 7K like max in 10 games, then I go up again. I don't know, man. You probably got reported a bunch of times. Okay, we got a game, Chris.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Your pick now. Me both. What? Huh?
Okay, I'm gonna play safe lane carry. Oh, this guy wants to play Dusa?
10
Okay.
seconds.
Well, I mean, I could play Drow for him, but I'm a little scared of the BH. Oh my god! This guy's a
5
Smurf!
seconds left.
Fuck. They have 2 Smurfs!
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk
No,
with you
God!
again.
No! God,
Wrong time to queue.
No! No! No!
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Ten seconds. 5 seconds left. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Okay, there's our frontliner. Yeah, they picked PA. Okay, they didn't pick PA. Okay.
Remember, the goal
They
is
have
to have
3
fun.
Smurfs! Oh my god! Oh my god! See? 288 commence? 421 wins? 332 wins? Oh my god. Oh. And yeah, Pingu was on my team yesterday, and it was toxic. No. Shield does not purge Link. We fucking lost this game.
Traxxas here.
Bet on lose. Wait, can you guys still bet? No, you can't.
Way ahead of you.
Fortune and glory await.
Alright, I'm gonna have to trust in my course. I am not going to be the superstar of this game.
I'll cut a notch with your
Betting was
nail.
never turned on. I'm pretty sure I turned it on. Or did I? Okay, maybe I didn't. Okay, you guys want to bet? Alright, 8 minutes of bet starting right now.
I go in silence. It's in the bag.
Bet on lose. Goddamn Smurfs.
Seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticklers.
Panhunter's middle?
Onward.
Nah, I'm not gonna actually do it.
Very well.
The battle begins.
I'm notched, I'm taut, I'm ready to fly. Yes.
Of course.
Bonnie's top.
My sentiments as well. That was my thought.
He has Quelling Blade already? You serious?
My bow is drawn. Fair trade. To battle. Arrow, find your target. Good enough. Don't you dare. Silent as mist. So be it. Forward. My time has agreed.
First blood!
Agreed.
Double kill!
Jesus.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Yes. So be it. Feel the frost. My bow is drawn.
Finally, I get like free farm Drow lane. I haven't had this in a long time, guys. So usually my Drow lane is just a feed fest.
They're trying to knock down your middle
This is really nice.
Embrace. Into the fray. Bite, frost. Your fate is sealed. My sentiments as well. Good enough. Arrow fly.
Mars mid care?
Stand and deliver. Very well.
He's tired of the shit.
Way
good.
ahead of you.
Fuck.
I go in silence. That was my thought. Attack.
Oh my. Oh. Okay, I need to concentrate.
Feel the bite of frost.
Thank you, Carlitos. Hello. Oh god, I keep missing last hits.
I don't know what I can do.
Death comes silently. Forward. Silent as a mist.
I don't think that's better, man. Then I want to
Link, you can't block them. Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
So be it.
10.
Death comes silently.
Get 1.
I'll cut a knot with your name on it. My bow is strung. Bite, Frost. My bow is strung. Feel the bite of frost.
I think Mars TP'd somewhere.
Your fate is sealed. Good enough.
Never mind, Mars is still bottom.
Arrow, fly. Agreed. Silent as mist. Foundling's life is our gift.
Probably top, if I had to bet.
Way ahead of you. Tastes so sweet. Arrow, find your target.
Oh, my last hits, dude.
Silence. I shall nip my enemies. Very well. Attack.
Bottom for bounty.
Okay.
My sentiments as well. Onward.
Regeneration.
That was my thought. Way ahead of you. Forward. Onward. Feel the frost.
Vectors been missing for a while.
Very well. Good enough.
Mina bottom.
Agreed.
I may have to leave this lane. Might be too dangerous down here.
To battle.
Just start.
My bow is drawn. That was my thought.
Mina TP top, Mina TP top.
Okay.
Is missed. It's not done yet. My sentiments as well. So be it.
Holy shit, dude. Nice.
Arrow, fly.
Oh, what a save. Yo, Spectre's gonna...
I go in silence.
Yo, I gotta get out of here. Spectre's gonna haunt.
Hunt's his cooldown. Hunt's cool.
Felt like. Yeah, well, I was really low.
Real big stack there, Shaman. Let's do that in a second.
My sentiments is good enough.
Thank you.
Lena's going top. Lena's going top.
They're coming to contest it. Help top. They're coming.
Ease.
Forward. My bow is drawn.
Killing spree!
Emily, we need
Double
assistance.
So be it.
kill. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done. Radiant structures are fortified.
I keep you ready for bottom.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
They're taking it. They're taking it.
I'm running top. They go bottom. I'll.
Way ahead of you. Very well. Onward.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Rally the troops and
That
get
was my
over
thought.
there!
Top.
I go in silence.
They're not showing on the map.
Lena's top right now. Hey, Razor, I just want this tower.
Quiver. To
Dire's
battle.
putting up a barricade.
Silent as mist. Forward.
Yeah, just go bottom. Not sure we're safe right now. I think Lena's the most dangerous person, so maybe just stay away from Lena.
Silent as mist.
Am I
Very
making
well.
Silver Etch for Spectre? Well, it depends. Is Spectre farmed? And do you think that by the time he actually gets powerful, I actually need something like that? Those are some questions I would ask.
The secrets of the my sentiments as well.
Your
Pretty sure I need
bottom tower is
BKB
under
though.
attack.
Attack. Agreed.
What?
Battle. I go in silence.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Good enough.
Oh my god! Oh my god. Wow.
Your middle tower's under attack.
That was my thought. Mine. Feel the frost. Yes.
That was one hit, dude.
Arrow fly. Onward. Way ahead of you. Very well. Feel my cold embrace. Silent as mist.
Just block that can.
Oh.
Into the fray.
He has no hex?
Don't overextend, guys. Don't overextend.
Killing spree!
Afar. Arrow, fly. That was my My bow is drawn. So be it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Not yet. Forward.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Let's go try it.
My sentiments as well. Feel the
I don't know if that buyback is worth it, by the way. We got a tower and we got BH, but I'm not sure if that's a result of my buyback or just we would have got that anyways.
My enemies. I go in silence.
Stack camps. Who's tech DJ?
Good enough. To battle.
I don't know if it's gonna stack.
Way ahead of you.
Killing spree!
Nice. Yeah, I haven't seen that camp get stacked in a while.
They chose some base.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I think I'm gonna get a pipe next. Just tank it up.
I think you should have got Greaves.
As forced shade.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Maybe kill the Spectre?
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Quiver.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bite, frost.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Way ahead of
Dominate!
Oh man, I could have saved him earlier.
Onward.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Your bottom tower has fallen.
That was my
That's the spirit. The losing spirit!
good enough. Agreed. Forward. Today's rage. Death comes silently.
She's not.
Silent as mist.
He's coming here. To the sentry.
Arrow, find your target.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Your fate is sealed.
Oh, those are just illusions.
I'll cut a knot with your name on it. My
Your
sentiments
top
as well.
tower is under attack.
It's good. Spectre's got
well.
Radiance.
Death comes silently.
Man, I don't know where to go, dude.
To battle. My bow is drawn. Swiftly now.
Dominate!
Stand for you guys.
Fool.
What's too long?
I'll take that. That was my thought. Agreed. Good enough.
And over here, we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Onward.
Oh my god. How about Roshan? How about we do Roshan instead?
I know. He's only for.
No spectral. No spectral.
Well, they don't have Spectral or Arena, so.
Far over to your bottom tower.
Do so you take it.
Why is that playing?
Top tower needs some help. Radiant just murdered Roshan. Hasn't he suffered enough?
To battle.
Just need a little bit for pipe if you guys want to wait.
Is sealed.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can wait. We can wait.
Unstoppable!
Feel the bite of frost.
Get me back. Okay, this is
Just
like.
trying to make a living.
Pipe is on the way. Go.
Okay.
Top tower needs some help.
Quiver.
Hey, DH is over here.
Top tower is under attack.
Way ahead of me. Not yet.
Top tower is under
Fill me
attack.
up. Fill me up.
I
Gotta do
shall
something
meet
about
my
it or just sit there looking funny. Dire structures are fortified.
attack.
Gotta get back.
Yeah, let's get back in. Spectre's gonna have haunt.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Back razor.
Just TP out, dude. TP out.
Battle. I'm under attack.
I thought I pressed the button earlier. I am not going Shadow Blade to push lanes, dude. That is so bad.
That was my thought.
Okay, first of all, they have Lena with Boots of Travel. Second of all, they have a Bounty Hunter. Thirdly, they have Spectre Haunt. That's a really bad idea, man. I gotta tell you.
Nice job, guys. That's big.
Go high on Dirk.
Okay.
Frost. Arrow, fly.
Yo, let me get my BKB.
Yes. Black King Bar.
Coming.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay.
Silent as mist.
I'll let them cut the wave.
Way ahead of you.
Coming with DD. Everyone come, Oracle, please.
Do we have a chance to put on a
Nether Reckless?
Mars behind.
I have BKB, so.
I have BKB too.
Fucking Oracle!
got you, got
Hey, I'm so low, dude. Don't let me die, okay? Okay. Okay.
Rebuy the next. We can just.
We can I have Vegas. I have Vegas. Got it?
Killing spree! Triple kill!
Taking racks.
My sentiments as well.
The enemy's middle barracks is
Okay, okay.
Bunnies are up. Bunnies.
Enough.
Leave together.
I'm TPing. Woo! I'm out of here. I'm gone.
Pick that bounty oracle.
I do some coming towards me.
Oh, help mid, help mid.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I don't really need help, I think.
Okay.
Dude, what the fuck?
My bow is drawn.
Oracle, get me, Oracle. Nice. And again.
Atos in 5.
So be it.
Hey, we just end the game, Razor.
You got it.
Okay, good job.
double kill!
This game, man. It's a really good game.
Feel the bite of
Seems like a bit of a stomp, but like Drow lineup, it's kind of like that. You kind of have to stomp them. If you don't stomp them, then you just so.
Heal me, oracle. Heal.
Enemy's middle tower has
very well.
Enemy's middle tower just
Oh, we won. Beat those. We beat 3 Smurfs, dude. Feels good.
That is my
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I told you guys to bet on lose. So let's see how many people bet on lose. So 6 people bet on a win, 8 people bet on lose. Sucker. Betting winner 0. Yeah, I was kind of scared to lose this game because they had 3 Smurfs, and also I would have been 5.7k again if I lost that game. But no, we're 1 game cushion from falling to 5.7. Good job, Johnny. Couldn't have done it without you. Nerubian dude, hate to burst your bubble, man, but you think that's so good Oracle play, but for me that's standard Oracle play. I'm gonna play an unranked game and then yeah, maybe 1 or 2 more unranked games. Hey Madi, today's pretty good. We won almost every single game. Yeah, I think we won like 4 out of 5 ranked games, so pretty good. Almost 6k. Yeah, you guys can bet again. See you tomorrow, Ditya. Sounds good, buddy. Okay, yeah, I will give you guys 12 minutes to bet on this game. I wouldn't say it was average Oracle play, but I would say it was standard for this level. I did 8,000 heroes damage. Well, I mean, Mars did 6,000, 6,900. I'm pretty sure I didn't say average. I said standard. I said his Oracle play was very standard. Did I not say standard? Pretty sure I did. What's your favorite heroes of Marvel? I think Doctor Strange is pretty cool. Yeah, game ended fast. If you have good superpower, what would you have? Doctor Strange has pretty cool powers. Pretty average. Was it one of the people we banned out of the stream? Well, there are a lot of references that happen to me on a daily basis, you know what I mean? Someone called me average a while ago? Was that yesterday? Or like 2 or 3 days ago, or something like that, right? I don't know, man. You know I get thousands of comments, eh? So just... Oh, you regular? Okay, I'm gonna have to remember this one for next time, John. No problem. I think I remember that. Did I start going on a rant about Michael Phelps or LeBron James or Michael Jordan or something like that? I think that was the one, right? More than a week ago. Probably said something along the lines of Immortal is average or Divine 7 is average. Huh. Sounds like something I would say. Why does the finding match take so long? I don't know how you want me to answer this question, Jambu. Yeah, okay, now I remember this reference. What an idiot. Actually, did you guys know that the average is actually 2.2k MMR? So if you are 2.2k, you are the exact average. Yeah, he comes in here calling me, like I was like 5.7k at the time, I think. This guy's average. What a fucking retard. If I could have a Dota item in real life, what item would I have? I don't know. Boots of Travel? That'd be pretty cool. You would love immortality, just to be around, to get smarter and see the world evolving or devolving. But Adrian, what if they discover that you are immortal? Because you don't really die, and you've just survived so many generations, and they figure you out, and then they wanna study you. So then they want to capture you and put you in a lab. Or in a box where you can't escape. You're below average? Yeah, I could tell by some of your suggestions. Yeah, you told me to buy Shadowblade, dude. To escape in this bracket. You have to understand something. At this bracket, Shadowblade is not an escape tool. Not to mention they have... Like, you can't split push in this game. Like, they have Lina who has Boots of Travel, right? So it meant if you try to split push by yourself or even with one other person, right? Lina has Boots of Travel, so she can appear at almost any time. Spectre can appear at any time to kill you. And they have a Bounty Hunter who you never really know exactly where it is, right? So split pushing is completely the wrong strategy. And you're like, and you were suggesting that. I'm like, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. What's my rank? I should be in the 1300 or 1400s. Yeah, that's okay, Lilith. You don't have to be average, or below average, or above average. It doesn't matter. This is not true. Morning, Milat. Anything below 10k is average? Yeah, according to that other guy, right? Can you just type it again, man? I don't want to scroll up. Wait, why are we talking about naked time? We were talking about the average MMR. The average MMR is 2.2k. What's wrong with my 13-minute bench game? I don't really remember what happened in that game. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, Drow ran down mid, destroyed his items, so then I destroyed my items because I knew it was over, and then they went down mid. If I really cared about my MMR, I was wanting it on my own. Rejected. Okay, man, you could type the sentence out, but you couldn't type your earlier message? That is a whole new level of lazy. What if they capture you? Then it would be naked time? That's not really a solution to your problem. Venge was the crybaby game with Butthole? Yes, it was. How many victories have I done successfully? Like Dota 2 victories? You want to know how many wins I have on this account? Like 5,000? Yeah, you could just ask that, man. Are you playing with the party? I am not. Why you don't have pro player team? I'm just a 5k player, dude. All the pros are at least 7k. Yeah, there's no relationship between MMR and maturity, guys. Remember, kids play at Herald and kids play at Immortal. Right? You think only adults are immortal? That's not how it works. There's tons of kids who are like 15 years old, 14 years old, 16 years old who are immortal. That's the truth. And a lot of them are shitheads. GK, what are you talking about? What makes sense? How much wins do you have done streak? I have a 20 win streak with Spectre. I played professionally 2 years ago. I play professionally right now. I get paid money to do this, right? So I'm a professional. But anyways, I was part of a 6K team. We played in tournaments, but it was very, very low tier tournament. So it's not even, I wouldn't even consider that a pro player. We had a chance to play together with pro players. Who would it be and why? I would play with the team captains of every team. So like Poppy, Kuroki, who's the captain of EG? Whoever the captain of EG is. Where's Game? That's what I'm wondering. Attractive girl and you hanging out in the dorm just watching a movie? Okay. After a while she wanted to show me her new strawberry chapstick, saying it tastes like strawberry and telling me I should taste it. Oh, I think I remember this story. I'll let you guys read it. I am insane? Why, thank you. Yeah, this is the thing that I was referencing. Right, you meant a different kind of mortality, okay. How many ranking up do you get if you win one game? About 50. Also depends on the rank. It gets harder. Oh, so you said this? Okay, GK, so you said this after I explained it to you, but you didn't want to type that again, so you typed this instead, which is just slightly shorter? Oh, okay. This fucking guy. The thing is with kids, they have accelerated learning, but also they haven't had the chance to explore outside world. All they have heard is GG easy mid. Sounds about right. They're also very arrogant and think that they're right. Are you late? Yes. I said I hated the taste of chapstick because it's just wax and it's disgusting. She kept insisting that it tasted good. Ugh. Fly's captain? Okay, well there you go. Play with Fly. Actually, I played with him before. I wouldn't choose any pro team. Finally, we have game. Bad advice.
Ooh, you get to ban someone. 5 seconds left.
Oh, they have a stack? Tier 6 stack, legend... Oh, that's not his real medal, is it? No, it's just his fucking profile picture.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Terp God? Are these guys some kind of famous players or something like that? Oh, betting just stopped. Wah wah.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Ten seconds.
Cosmo, I have no idea who you are.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh wait, I want to answer this question.
10
Oh,
seconds.
oh, you kicked him out, John.
5 seconds left.
Actually, I wanted to ask him, why do you think I'm arrogant? Go ahead,
Your
man.
pick. This is where you win or lose. Ten seconds.
Okay. Okay, let's address his comment. Oh, is he even still even here?
Your pick now.
Why am I
You know
arrogant?
what to do.
Go ahead, man. Explain that.
Hey, they're back. Good for you.
I have no interest in playing Southeast Asia server. I live in Canada. Oh, Lifestealer is a really good pick.
Unleashed at last.
Fortune and glory await.
Do you see that I've already picked a Lifestealer, man? Slaughter for donation?
No fear. Oh, Master, it's in the bag.
No, 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 no. I want you to answer now. How am I arrogant? Go ahead, man. I've got tons of time right now.
Yes, Master.
There's 3 top.
30 seconds to battle! If you're not already heading somewhere, now's the time to start.
Creep forward.
You know what I think happened, guys? I called this guy out on his shit. Now he's fucking backing off.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
Oh, master, behold all these lives that are taking. As the master required. You can't make me. Lies to steal. No chains can hold me. Yes. Rip you apart.
Your middle tower's under attack.
God, man. Oh, can use my wand, I think.
First blood.
Want some items?
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
I steal ahead.
Alright, can I get a ban on that guy? I see.
I scramble.
Hey man, did you know that you're kind of a piece of shit?
This is almost no problem.
An honorable day.
Yes, master. For the taking.
Razor's up here now? Jesus.
Eagerly. Finally. Coming. Yes, master. Spare your guts. Something steals over me.
Eating time.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No chains can hold me. Yes.
Wow, man.
Juice box.
Wow, man.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ. 5-minute rinse.
Tower is under attack. Rally the troops are
Razor, dude.
I creep forward. Lies to steal.
I'm gonna shrine.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
I'm lagging. Am I lagging?
I creep forward. Yes. You can't make me. My pleasure. Oh, that's lives for the taking. I scratch.
It's stuck to the top.
Mastery. Ah. Lives to steal.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
No chains can hold me. Limb from limb.
Oops.
Sweet no.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Oh, man.
With my bell.
The bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Finally. Yes, master.
How does he just take so much damage, man?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Whoopsies.
Hey, man, you're doing fine.
Wow.
No, just
Go for my master.
Wacro, thanks for subscribing.
Your middle tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Yes, master. Forward. Let me after them.
You gotta pull it, dude. Nick's assassin TPing mid, maybe? Nick's mid. Nick's mid. Good challenge. No, I'm gonna run up to him. I'm just gonna.
This is our moment,
I don't know, man.
I won't lie. That was unexpected.
Juice, can we kill mid? I have my ulti. I'll wait for you. Oh, I'm coming top, I think.
Okay.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Nice.
Can we get people mid? It's getting pushed. It's really low.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Kill mid.
Your middle tower's under attack. This is one of the things in the back.
Oh my god. Oh, I should have ran to their creeps and got inside their creep.
Watching your top tower?
Oh, fuck me. Oh man.
Anyone TP top? I can't wait for you, Brown. Oh.
Alright.
Tower is under attack.
Just try to defend this tower, guys.
The top tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Get out!
Back.
Get out!
The bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. What, not your job or something?
Thanks.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Wait, Invoker my son strike me.
Stop it! That's not helping.
Where is Pangolier?
I scramble. You can't make me. It's not done. As the master requires.
Seriously?
I creep forward. Yes, master.
Oh my god. These guys work well together. Go AFK farm? What do you think I'm trying to do, dude? Yeah, I want to die.
Your top tower needs some help. Dire's putting up a barricade.
I think top's gone. Top's gone.
You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't
I don't think we can kill him.
Oh, wait, till
Chains can hold.
I already TP'd bottom, by the way.
It's not done yet.
Take it, take it. What are you doing? Why'd you take it?
Your top tower is under attack. Oh, my.
For the taking.
Fuck off, man.
Ulti, something, dude.
Are you talking to me? Did I see a tornado mid earlier? I imagine that.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Killing spree! Double kill! Dominate! Triple kill! Mega kill! Ultra kill!
Finally.
That's not good.
No, just no.
I almost feel bad.
That hurt me a bit.
I won't lie. I was excited.
Unstoppable! They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen.
Go, go, go. Fuck him up.
Yes, master. Hurry.
Savage!
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Our tower is under attack. Top tower needs some help. We weren't finished. The top tower needs some help. Monster kill! Your top tower is under attack.
Fucking bitch. Wow, dude. These guys work together so well. Oh my god!
Funny.
Okay.
Your top tower needs some help. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
This will do nicely.
Bounty.
Don't mind if I do.
Go to your right. Yeah, I don't do damage right now. Yeah, you know what? The stack is pretty good. Smoker's really good too. Hey Ryan Senpai, how you doing?
Knives to steel.
Dawson, when you play against Nyx, you gotta buy sentries, like a bunch of them. And you gotta also do ward as a support player.
So damn annoying, dude.
Your top tower needs some help.
I think that LC can blink and duel there, but he didn't.
Goodbye, top tower.
It's not time. The secret shop.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes, master.
No, just.
Man, I can't get any kills this game.
I'm not ready. I scramble.
Nyx is still bottom.
My pleasure.
Nice, Justin. I like the effort, bro. Good job. You just gotta get a good curse off. You use your Q to fly over the terrain, bro, and get like in fog and come from a crazy angle and you ulti them, okay? And we combo together.
Lives for the taking.
Finally, it's my first kill.
Given freely.
Let me farm, dude.
Limb from limb. You can't make me. Not yet. You can't make me.
$25 runes.
I steal ahead. That's you. Coming. Sweet.
Haste!
Ah! Get off my dick, guys!
Your top tower is under attack.
Pango doesn't have his ult.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
No, just
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
You laugh every time something bad happens to me, huh?
What a surprise.
You sound like an asshole, man. Hi, Ryan.
Yo, they just changed your voice chat thing.
I'm playing like a legend? Excuse me? That's funny? Dude, these players are like divine and immortal themselves. You think you're so fucking good, don't you?
Killing spree. Ooh, your
Damn,
bottom tower
Juice.
is kinda bad. Your bottom tower is under attack. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Man, I'm not really sure what to do.
Your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna get inside you. I can't.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Oh, shit.
I think you'll get some Billy.
Guys, I'm really hungry. You guys keep talking about food. I just want some farm.
As the master requires. Go, my master. Lead Annie.
Damn, you can't let him have your curse, bro. It'll ruin our fight.
Yeah, my bad.
No chains can hold
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Keeping it.
Double kill. Middle barracks are under attack. Middle barracks are looking shady.
Fucking still stuck here for years.
Barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, I can't get any kills.
Take that. Killing spree.
Danny, what are you talking about?
I'm not ready. It's not done yet. How long you are. No chains can hold me. Not yet.
Holy shit.
I scramble.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yo, he still had it, bro, from the last time you told me.
Lives to steal.
I think this guy's new at the game. Getting a lot of flack.
Bottom shrine is under attack.
Not yet. Yes.
Oh, they actually did take mid-racks. I didn't realize that. Oh my god, can I not get stun locked?
Tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower.
Yeah, I don't know. I think somebody said at the beginning of the game that they were a really strong stack.
Alright, I'm waiting for some big curses, baby.
Oh my god.
Bad news about your bottom barrel.
They're rank 100 players? Oh, okay. No wonder they're
It's
so
that,
good.
and then some of your shit is different right here. No,
Yeah,
a lot of it is because I can't even switch. I don't even know how to switch your wards around. Like, and
Oh,
then
that's
I
because
don't
it's on
know how
auto.
to-
It's on quick cast. It's on quick cast.
Yeah, I don't know how to take that shit off. I went to the settings and shit, and I just put regular casts. Like, I just click on the cast on
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
How do I switch your wards though?
You would have to like not. Oh, you have to literally click it on the button. Like you have to click the word.
Uh-oh.
Alright, I'm gonna fuck with it.
I don't know, man. You said you lost the game.
If you
You're off the account, remember?
want to let me play another one off.
Remember? You said that if you lose, I'm gonna kick you off my account.
Alright.
I'm just
Damn,
kidding.
what a beating.
Dude, I don't care.
Yo. So what did you mean, Danny? What do you mean I don't qualify for that bracket? Unranked. I really don't mind. So Nyx is ranked 111. Yeah, he played really well. And Volker played really well too. They're a really good team. This guy's not Legend 5. That's just his profile picture. Yeah, those guys played really well. Yeah, I think he's trying to think about, oh shit, what do I say? What do I say? Oh, these guys were a 4-stack. Oh, Jesus. The whole team is really poor, huh? Yeah, I think we lost a long time ago. Oh no, no. Their net worth is, I don't know. No, it's still winnable, but just kind of hard. How'd the Drow game go? Did I play Drow today? I don't really remember. Yeah, I won my Drow game. If that's what you're referring to. But I've had 3 Drow games. Games of Drow in my games today. Oh, I can't load more games. Guys, we're in 1300s now. Rank 1394. I'm pretty hungry. Anyways, that was my last game of the day. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Hey Danny, do you see how everyone asked you what did you mean? And then you dodged it. So what did you mean, Danny? I'm not gonna forget. You kidding? Okay, Matt. Joke with your friends that way, but I'm not your friend, okay, man? Yeah, like, you know, your best buddy, you go, oh, hey, asshole, haha, nice feed, ha 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 ha, right? But when you meet a guy for the first time and you're like, hey, you suck dick, bro. I'm gonna fuck your mom. They're gonna be like, excuse me? I'm not your friend, okay? I don't know you. You think you know me, and maybe you do, but I don't know you. Anyways, I'm pretty hungry, Adrian, so... yeah, we'll see what I eat today. Are you late? Yeah, you're very late. But thanks for apologizing, Danny. Sorry, guys, that was my last game. Thanks, Pack Fashion. Thanks, Ferris. Gnam Mardeep. Thanks, Abhishek. I wouldn't say it's the worst joke ever, but it's pretty toxic. Can I cook? Yeah. It's one of my hobbies. GG, Abhishek. I mean, yeah, he's technically right, but not necessarily a thing that you're. That's nice to say, right? Kimchi rice with you. I actually really like the taste of kimchi fried rice, but I think it's really unhealthy. I mean, you think like, oh, kimchi? You just have kimchi and you have rice, right? It's 2 healthy things, right? The only thing is like kimchi fried rice tends to have a shit ton of oil in it. They put tons of sesame oil in it, and yeah, it's just really oily, right? That's where most of the taste comes from. Do I remember you? Nope. Alright, tomorrow sounds good. Nerman, thanks for coming back again today. Do you farm items from Discord? Is it safe? I don't know what you mean. What happened to my hair? To my hair? Okay. Pack Fashion, let me say something to you, okay, man? I've read some of your comments, and sometimes when I read some of your comments, I think to myself, what the fuck? Pack Fashion, if you're gonna talk about somebody's appearance, just say something positive, okay? Don't even talk about it unless it's positive, okay? Let me think of a good example. Like if you say to someone like actually, let's use your example. You say, what happened to your hair, right? So you're criticizing my hair. Thanks, man. Thank you so much. You know, I never say that about anybody. You know, I don't say, unless they're my best friend. And even my best friend, I wouldn't necessarily say something like that. That's just not nice to say, dude. I've read so many of your comments, and I just facepalm all the time reading some of your comments. Just do it like this. If you want to talk about somebody's appearance, say it nicely, okay, man? Trust me. Good advice for life. Good advice for getting a girlfriend. Jesus Christ. Korean food is salty and spicy. Yeah, I actually really like this combination. Unfortunately, I'm old now and I can't really eat spicy foods. Hello. I made a big deal out of your comments. Yeah, because we don't want to deal with toxicity in the stream. Yeah. So hey, Furcursy, thanks for subscribing. Is this a fact? Yeah, I'm trying to cut down on the spicy foods. I really like spicy foods now. Johnny, is there a relationship between spicy foods and stomach cancer? Johnny's a doctor. Danny, those are just examples, dude. Do I know when Dota 4 is going to be launched? Do you know when Dota 4 is going to be launched? How the fuck would anyone know? Do you know the price of Bitcoin tomorrow? Example is super far away. Well, I'm trying to make it nice and clear for you, dude. There you go, Pack Fashion. Maybe you can get a girlfriend one day. Johnny says no, and Johnny's a doctor. Who should I believe? $30K, 4,000. Wait. 30,000, 4,000. I could argue spicy foods and throat cancer. English only, please. Or English. So if I keep eating spicy foods... Hey Johnny, do I also get reflux when I lay down after I eat? Because sometimes I do that. I go into a food coma and then I just pass out and then... I think that's how I get reflux, right? That help me. Thanks, Jagadish from India. I look so salty. My PPD's son. Let me say something to you, Jerry. First of all, I don't remember you because I have literally thousands of people who come into the stream every day leaving thousands of comments. I don't remember you. And also, let me ask you this, Jerry. When you play Dota 2, do you ever get salty or are you immune to salt? Are you like a saint? Are you like the Buddha? Okay. So anyways, when I play Dota 2, not only do I potentially have toxic teammates and toxic enemies, I have some of you fuckers. Thousands of you fuckers just leaving sometimes really fucking brain dead shit. So that's why I get a little salty. Okay, man? Jesus Christ. But, anyways, just try not to be on such a moral high horse, okay? Is this a peer-reviewed journal? It's news to me too, Ashley. Thank you for speaking English. You shouldn't sleep or lay down within 2 hours after eating is the official recommendation. And I'm guessing also your recommendation. Do you try to play another game? I don't really play any other games these days. I just play Dota 2. That's just my job. You guys come here to watch Dota 2, so I play Dota 2. It takes 15 to 20 years. But yeah, but I always sleep after I eat. So, and I'm 30 years old, and I've been doing that for a very long time. I might have throat cancer, guys. Shit. Ban him? Oh, the Gary guy? Nah. Yeah, people change. Most people don't. Some people change. And also, kids, you know? Kids don't know. So that's why we have Blue Span University. Like this fucking guy right here. Oh, I'm always salty. Man, yeah, sometimes I get salty because I read stupid fucking comments like this. Did you know that your social skills are so fucking low, man? Seriously, I've read so many of your comments and I'm just like, oh my god. Yeah, it's comments like yours, dude. You think that you're doing just fine. You think that you're charming. I don't know. I think you're okay. But no, man, your comments are so fucking dumb. Honestly, I am this close to banning you. Seriously, man, take this advice for life, okay? Learn some sensitivity, learn some social skills, man. Honestly, it's so fucking bad. Like I have no problems with most people in this room. Some of you guys I have problems with, right? But man, your comments are so fucking dumb. Jesus Christ. Yeah, glad you agreed, Raj. I like Crayon Shinchan. My ex-girlfriend did. I didn't really watch that anime or comic or whatever. The stream is over, Jagadish. My recommendation is to sleep or lay down however long it takes for you to get the food down and not burn. I'm really confused now. You wanna go to Blue Span University? Sometimes I have to bust it out when people are too fucking dumb. What do you think about TA eggs? I think he does. Does he even have eggs? I think he doesn't have eggs.
Lanaya.
There's no eggs on this hero, man. How can I think about something that doesn't exist?
So it is revealed.
Who do you have a problem with in the stream? This fucking guy right here. But I'm pretty sure he's like maybe 14 years old, okay? So I have baby brother and baby sister, okay? They were born in 2005. So they're 14 this year. So I understand some of the things that they don't know, right? People don't know what they don't know, right? And kids, their brains are not fully developed. The average adult male human brain does not fully develop until 25. So with that in mind, I try to be patient. But some people, man, they really push your buttons. Like this fucking guy, he's just so dense, man. His social skills are so damn low. God damn. Yeah, Barris, it doesn't mean you'll develop cancer as long as you keep the reflux under control. But you need to check on it. Okay. Don't think that applies to me. See their blend? Don't get serious, Blue. Ignore that ass. Well, you know, Meg, Delina, I gotta tell you, man. So, as my job, as a streamer, I talk to you guys, right? I talk to you guys. I try to reply the good and the bad, and I try to teach. Sometimes I have to teach kids that what they're doing is not right. Like, what was that game that I played earlier today? Right. I was playing Vengeful Spirit, and Bounty Hunter was like, I'm going to run down and feed. I'm like, whoa, man. Whoa. Don't do it, man. We can win this game. He's like, yeah, but this guy's a fucking idiot. And I'm like, yeah, but okay, maybe he's an idiot. I'm just kind of half agreeing with him, right? But I don't deserve to be punished, right? And MMR is a good thing. So let's get some MMR together. And then we fucking won that game. So it is my job to be a babysitter, you guys, sometimes. That's just the job of a streamer. How do you react to toxicity in real life? I don't really have toxicity in real life. I don't have toxic people in my life. Like, it's not like where I go to a school, you know, like you go to school 5 days a week and then you have these classmates that you have to deal with, right? I don't have that. I don't go to university. I don't go to school. I don't go work at a bank or at McDonald's 9 to 5. No, I just fucking sit in this room by myself 90% of the time. I don't really interact with people. I interact with you fuckers. So this is basically my toxicity in real life. Simple response to lay down when you feel comfortable with it, as long as you don't feel the reflux. Doesn't burn. Okay. I think I'm fine most of the time. It is a very big age gap. No, I am 17 years old and they are. Hey, Sonny, please don't tell me to calm down, okay? But you can tell me to calm down if you never get upset, especially when you play Dota 2. In that case, teach me how you do it. Favorite sport? Squash. This Asian dumbass really a medical doctor? Well, he tells us he is. I've seen pictures of him in a doctor's lab coat, and it looks legit. And he seems to know a lot of things, so I think so. Mark, I have no idea what you're talking about. You saw a movie when there was a saying, never read the comments on the internet. Yeah, well, I mean, like, you know what they say about YouTube comments or Reddit comments, right? There are a lot of fucking dumb people with their voice out there, and that's just the nature of the internet. Not everyone who talks is intelligent. I mean, for there to be intelligent people, there has to be dumb people, right? And that's the internet for you. Anyways, Pack Fashion, I would really read a book on social skills or something like that, man. That would really help you out, honestly. You'll get a girlfriend if you get social skills. Guaranteed. Trying to go to his PhD from Google. Hey, entitled boy came back. That's right, I just put kids in their place. I'm a PhD in art, but they have to call me a doctor. The lab coat is to prevent my clothes from getting dirty when I paint. Mark, like this guy right here, he is, I think, 14 years old. What the fuck is wrong with you, Mark? Like, I have read a lot of your comments too, and I'm like, holy shit, this guy is so fucking immature. I just don't understand why you even asked that question, man. You could ask like, hey, Bluespan, how's the weather in Canada? Hey, Bluespan, what hero should I play to hit Immortal? But this is the question you fucking asked? Do you think that you're cool or something like that? Like, are you, yo, why can't you, like, no, you sound fucking dumb as shit. Like, this guy came in, he was, like, spammy the other day, demanding, like, oh, play Meeple, or something like that. I can't remember exactly which. But, Mark, you and Pack Fashion, you guys are in the same boat, man. Holy shit. Man, just, don't be edgy, okay? Don't try to be funny or unique, okay? Honestly, like, if you just stop trying to be funny or unique or gangster or anything like that, people will actually like you more if you just acted like a normal person. Alright? Honestly. Holy shit, man. These guys. You see, Pack Fashion, you see this shit? That's, you guys are in the same boat. Do you see the problem with that question? If you don't, then, yeah, you guys have a lot of improving to do. Favorite kind of bread? I like croissants. Croissants are good. Hi to Jam. Why hasn't he been banned yet? Because I'm pretty sure he's 13 years old. So we're trying to be patient and understanding. Hey, Pack Fashion? I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you do it on purpose, I'm gonna fucking ban you without a single thought in my brain, okay, man? Do not try to trigger me. You're from Canada and you play on EU West servers? No? I mean, yes, I'm from Canada. No, I do not play on EU West. What makes you think I play on EU West? Yeah, this guy, the slightest will ban this guy from this stream. Like, he's so close to getting banned. Oh my god, this guy. Alright, any last questions or comments? I'm 17. When did I say I was 17? How do you guys just pull these assumptions out of your ass? Like, this person right here. You play on EU West? No. Do you play on Dubai servers? Like, You know, if you want to know my age, rather than just going for a specific age, like I could ask you, hey man, are you 46 years old? No, I'm not. No, man, I'm not 46. Just ask it like this. Hey, Bluespan, how old are you? Oh, hey, I'm 30 years old. Conversation done. And I have no idea what GT means. Am I supposed to know what GT means? Grand Theft? Auto? Did he say something just now, or are you just banning him, Ryan? Don't ban him. Did he say something really dumb? And also, Mark, I don't know what FM is supposed to mean. Like, how do you guys just come up with these acronyms out of your ass and just expect people to understand? Like FM, like AM, FM radio? What? God, man. Some of you guys are really bad at having a conversation. If I were a rapper, what would my rapper name be? I don't know, man. Oh man, I was close to banning you. Do I have a girlfriend? Yep. I actually said something about 17. Okay, well, I am 17 years older than my brother and sister. That's what I said. So maybe he can misunderstand like that. Maybe you're right, Vishnu. Hey Fajar, I only do hero requests for donation. If you would like to donate $5 or more for Invoker, I could play that for you. Right. It's okay, man. Just write it out, okay? Just write in full sentences. Don't use acronyms. Yeah, football manager. I hate when people call you when you don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend. Yeah, that's Asian people tend to do that. Hey, you're already 28 years old. You don't have boyfriend, girlfriend. When are you gonna get married? Oh, shut the fuck up, you know. That's my business is not your business. Okay. Anyways, last questions or comments, guys? You're not banned, dude. But you're close to getting banned. But you haven't been banned yet. And I wouldn't say it's unfair. Like, you've actually done a lot of ban-worthy shit. Okay, man. Like, the only reason why I haven't banned you is because I believe that you're probably 13. But if you were like 19 or 20 or mid-20s, oh my god, I would have banned you just like that. Just gone. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun with our time together today. I will be back tomorrow around the same time. So have a great day or great night. Bye, guys.